when I was there, which was like 13 years ago, they were just building the building at the top,
Yeah.
the Universal House of Justice, is the international administrative location for the high court. But going up the mountain, this is Mount Carmel,
Yeah.
you can see the Shrine of the Bob. The other smaller building in the middle is an archives building, and then the Universal House of Justice.
No, no.
عجیب چه سوالایی کرد.
The people generally are reacting to what has gone on in the last 12 hours.
Well, it is quite mixed, as we expected. We toured around town and got quite a few young people who do work late-night shifts. We found people going home from evening plays in downtown London's West End. And we have been getting some, even though it was late and many people were already in bed. They will soon find out, probably in the next hour or two. But we have some political reaction. Chancellor Cole
Mitch
is
Leopard,
thinking of the possibility
we have some more
of
pool tape here. Mitch Leopard, excuse me for interrupting. But again, yeah, we have some U.S. pool. This is shot by the media. This is pool video that was shot presumably in Saudi Arabia. This can't obviously tell what kind of an attack plane or bomber that was, but we're going to bring in Wolf Blitzer, who's at the Pentagon right now, has been throughout the evening and the early morning. Wolf Blitzer, can you fill us in on what we're seeing here?
This looks like some of the first U.S. fighter aircraft returning to the U.S. air bases in Saudi Arabia. This looks like an F-15 that obviously returned at night. Clearly the U.S. Air Force and the Navy wanted to undertake all of these airstrikes at night. We're told that F-117A stealth fighters, the radar-evading fighters, were very much involved in knocking out some of the major Iraqi strategic sites, the chemical weapons facilities, the Scud ballistic bases. We're told that most of the Iraqi Air Force, all of the major air bases appear to have been destroyed. Pentagon officials are obviously very pleased by the work by these fighter aircraft. Here is an F-15 returning to an air base in Saudi Arabia. Technically, these are Saudi air bases. This was a joint operation between the United States, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Great Britain, the four countries that participated in so far what is still an air war. Here are some of the ground crew awaiting the return of the first U.S. fighter aircraft sent into Iraq and occupied Kuwait to go after several of the most important Iraqi strategic targets. Clearly, these guys are pleased. Even as we speak right now, the Pentagon has received no indication that any of the hundreds of U.S. and Allied fighter aircraft involved in the strike, that any of them were damaged or destroyed. We're told, at least as of now, these are initial reports, that they appear to have returned safely to their bases in Saudi Arabia. Here are some more planes returning from the first wave of U.S. airstrikes at Saudi Arabia. Still dark in Saudi Arabia. This is the first videotape that the Pentagon pool has released to the American news media. Clearly there is a great sense of relief, at least based on these initial reports. And we're going to get more information, of course, during the daylight hours as the intelligence and satellite reconnaissance photography goes over and assesses all of the damage from these massive bombing runs. Here comes another U.S. fighter aircraft returning to a base in Saudi Arabia from its mission in Iraq. Seems to be taking, is it landing? That seems to be taking off and going. This videotape obviously was taken earlier this evening as the United States undertook this massive operation codenamed Desert Storm. Interestingly enough, Storm probably came from Stormin Norman, General Norman Schwarzkopf, the commander of Operation Desert Shield. Here's looks like a ground crew person, but we can't hear exactly what he's saying. This is Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Now back to you, Patrick, in Atlanta.
Again, what we're watching here is U.S. pool tape, and there is an interview, as you can see, but the audio, we don't have any control over that. That has been fed in. We do not hear what exactly he was saying, but again, that was U.S. pool video, presumably of the fighters returning from their mission into Iraq and into Kuwait. Susan?
Again, we also need to point out that we expect to hear an address from Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television. We don't know when this will be, but CNN's crews in Baghdad have been told to expect an address from Saddam Hussein to the Iraqi people on television, quote, momentarily. Now, we should point out that we don't know when that address was taped. We will, of course, attempt to bring it to you live or as soon as possible. We also plan to broadcast our own video shot by CNN crews that weathered the artillery, the storm, last night in Baghdad. We will bring that to you live, unedited, as soon as it is fed into CNN's headquarters here in Atlanta. Meantime, in the United States, members of Congress were quick to react to the beginning of war against Iraq. Most expressed hope that the conflict ends quickly with a minimum number of casualties. Some lawmakers also praise what they consider the apparent U.S. upper hand in the assault.
The difference between
the Pentagon, Wolf, as you can see, this latest U.S. pool video, you want to fill us in on what we're seeing?
Well, I got a small monitor here, Patrick, but it looks like obviously a military vehicle at an air base someplace in Saudi Arabia. And according to the Pentagon ground rules, we're not allowed to say where these air bases are located for security reasons. Here comes some of the additional ground equipment. Looks like it's obviously a very huge air base.
Wolf, let me just have you reiterate something you did a little while ago, and I think it's very important that we are in a lull in terms of the bombing for damage assessment by the Pentagon, but this by no means means that there will not be any additional bombing or that the war is over or anything like that. As you said, I think we need to clarify that for our viewers.
That's absolutely correct, Patrick. The war is by no means over. What is over is the initial U.S. airstrike. We're told now that the U.S. Air Force and the Navy fighters have paused. They want to reassess exactly what has happened, take a look at all of the Iraqi damage, send the satellites over, send some other high-flying U.S. reconnaissance planes over. Now that it appears that the U.S. air power owns the skies, and as I'm saying, this appears to be the case because only a handful of Iraqi planes even took off to challenge some of these invading U.S. aircraft. The U.S. will have a relatively easy opportunity now to assess the entire damage that was inflicted by this initial U.S. airstrike. But we are told that the airstrikes have stopped for the time being. The crews have returned. We have no reports yet, and I want to stress yet, we have no reports yet of any U.S. casualties or any of the U.S. planes that may have been lost or are missing so far. That seems to be pretty much okay as far as the Pentagon is concerned. Here come some more military vehicles over at this air base in Saudi Arabia, awaiting the return of some of the U.S. fighters that went in this pinpoint airstrike. And Pete Williams, the Pentagon spokesman, a little while ago, stopped by and told some of the journalists who are still at the Pentagon, and there are plenty of journalists here, obviously, that the U.S. has no evidence that the Iraqis managed to launch any of their Scud ballistic missiles, their ground-to-ground ballistic missiles. Some were supposedly armed with chemical warheads, but the U.S. cannot confirm that any of the Iraqi missiles were launched. The initial targets U.S. officials had always felt would be the U.S. air bases, the oil facilities in eastern Saudi Arabia, as well as Israel. We're told that the major Iraqi Scud ballistic missile sites, and there goes our feed from Saudi Arabia, we're told that the major Iraqi ballistic missile sites in the western part of Iraq, what the U.S. intelligence community has dubbed as H2 and H3, those were among the initial U.S. targets. They were destroyed, and U.S. officials tell CNN that the immediate threat to Israel clearly has been eased. Patrick?
Wolf, in terms of the reassessment and damage assessment, how long do you anticipate that would take? And if there were more bombing ordered by the Pentagon, when do you think that would take place? Would they wait again until nighttime, or would there be bombing? It's 9 o'clock in the morning, Baghdad time right now. Would there be additional bombing in daylight hours, perhaps even today?
I think that it's fair to say that this pause, Pentagon officials tell CNN that this pause has a dual purpose: to actually assess the military situation, to see exactly what the damage is as far as the Iraqis are concerned, and potentially what the U.S. and allied forces, any damage that they may have sustained. But there's also, I'm told, a political message. There is a desire to see if Saddam Hussein, after this initial setback, clearly there has been a military setback to the Iraqi leadership, if after this initial setback, Saddam Hussein is prepared to announce that Iraq will withdraw its hundreds of thousands of troops from Kuwait. I am told that if the Iraqi leader, even at this late moment, were to make that kind of announcement, were to come forward and say, okay, that's it, the Iraqi forces are leaving Kuwait, the government of exile of Kuwait can be restored, the U.S. would presumably, and this is a strong word, presumably, not go back to those airstrikes. Largely, the U.S. believes that the major targets in Iraq have now been destroyed, that Iraq's chemical weapons potential, nuclear weapons potential, ballistic missile potential, and a big chunk of the Iraqi Air Force, and a large chunk of the Republican Guard have effectively been destroyed. So now the word is being awaited from Saddam Hussein in Baghdad or wherever he happens to be right now.
Okay, once again, Wolf Blitzer, thank you very much for reporting live from the Pentagon. Of course, he will keep us updated with the very latest developments from there. Susan?
We also should point out that we are seeing this video as you are seeing this video. We are not able to edit it. We are bringing it to you as soon as it is fed in because we feel it's important that you see it immediately. On the domestic and on the political and the diplomatic front in Belgium, NATO ministers are meeting in an emergency session to address the air attack on Iraq. And meantime, members of the UN Security Council are meeting. They were summoned to UN headquarters for urgent consultations. CNN's Jeannie Mose is standing by live at the United Nations. Jeannie, what's the latest there?
The latest is that the meeting of the UN Security Council has just broken up. The members are filing out and leaving. The U.S. ambassador apparently briefed the 15 members of the council. He did not give them a detailed description of what the United States has done. He didn't say, well, we've struck here, we've struck there. Instead, he gave a kind of general three-page statement, a political sort of statement justifying what the United States has done, saying things like our goal is not the destruction or dismemberment of Iraq, it is the liberation of Kuwait. And there was one interesting line in it that he said, the U.S. ambassador said that Iraq can still avoid further destruction by unconditional, immediate, and complete withdrawal from Kuwait. So that is some of what the U.S. ambassador told the members of the UN Security Council tonight in a meeting that has just ended. The reaction here has been somewhat predictable. The Soviet Union, for instance, has been strongly supportive of the U.S. action. On the other hand, countries like Yemen and Cuba have been critical. Yemen and Cuba were the two countries that voted against the resolution authorizing the use of force. We've put together a couple of comments made by people here. First, the Cuban ambassador, then the Kuwaiti ambassador, and the U.S. ambassador.
Maybe when war goes on, people will realize that it's very, very easy to enter into a war. The difficult thing is to get out of it.
surely we feel very sorry for the city to be bombed, but this has been befallen on us because of the Iraqi intransigence.
Is there going to be a message for Hussein? I think the message for Hussein was just delivered.
And as I mentioned before, the council has broken up now. The council's not expected to do anything, really. After all, it was the council that authorized this action. It was the council that authorized member states to use all necessary means if Iraq did not withdraw by the 15th. And it probably comes as no surprise, but there has been no sign of the Iraqi ambassador here at the United Nations. I'm Jeannie Mose reporting live from the UN.
Jeannie Mose?
Thank you, Jeannie. Wouldn't the U.S. Use its veto power as a member of the Security Council, even if the Security Council at this point tried to do anything on the diplomatic front? Couldn't the U.S. just go ahead and veto it?
That's exactly what would happen. U.S. officials have told CNN that if a country, for instance Cuba or Yemen, would try to introduce some sort of measure to limit the options of the United States, the U.S. official made it clear that the U.S. would simply veto that, and there's also Britain on the council with veto power and the Soviet Union, so it looks like the U.S. will have no problems in the Security Council for now.
Thank you, CNN's Jeannie Mose reporting to you live from the United Nations as the UN Security Council meeting just broke up. Patrick.
And for the very latest developments from the White House, let's check in with CNN senior White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer. Charles?
Well, there really aren't any late developments here at the White House. You know, the focus of attention has certainly shifted away from here after the president's speech this evening, his explanation of just what it is he has set in motion. Indeed, the president left the Oval Office a little while after that 9 p.m. speech. He invited evangelist Billy Graham to spend the evening at the White House. Billy Graham has been a longtime friend of President Bush's, a sometimes spiritual counselor. One of the interesting things I was told today is that while the president was up at Camp David over the Christmas holidays, he had 12 days up there during which he really pondered and put himself at peace with the moral questions of going to war with Iraq. And that while the president had always been essentially comfortable with the use of force, this was a particularly important period of time for him. Officials say that throughout the president has been determined that whenever he did take action, he was going to make it emphatic. In his speech this evening, he accused Saddam Hussein of having stalled and finally having run out of time. This is how the president put it.
Saddam was warned over and over again to comply with the will of the United Nations, leave Kuwait or be driven out. Saddam has arrogantly rejected all warnings. Instead, he tried to make this a dispute between Iraq and the United States of America. Well, he failed. Tonight, 28 nations, countries from 5 continents, Europe and Asia, Africa and the Arab League, have forces in the Gulf area standing shoulder to shoulder against Saddam Hussein. These countries had hoped the use of force could be avoided. Regrettably, we now believe that only force will make him leave.
In those remarks in the Oval Office address, the president also had one message for the Iraqi people, with whom he said he has no quarrel. He suggested that perhaps they could now convince, through some sort of popular voice, convince Saddam Hussein that he really ought to leave. Patrick?
Charles, let me ask you a question that we were just talking with Wolf Blitzer about at the Pentagon in terms of perhaps being not a false sense of optimism, but certainly a sense of optimism that the first phase went very well. But the White House by no means says that the war is over, there will not be additional bombings, etc.
By no means. No one says that the war is over. President Bush, as he was in the Oval Office early this evening, in fact, right at 7 o'clock our time when the bombing was due to begin, he was watching television. He was watching the reports coming from Baghdad, remarked that things were moving right on schedule. But what we don't know is precisely how long this timetable is. The president has always said it would be swift and decisive, but we also heard Secretary Cheney say that this is really just the beginning, that this could take some time. It depends on if, for that matter, if Saddam Hussein has gotten the message and is prepared to change his approach to this. But every indication is that this could go on for days, and we have really only dealt with the air war at this point. We don't know whether there's going to be a ground war. That has not started. The president has committed heavy aerial assets, presumably in the hope that that might be enough. But you're absolutely right. No one is claiming victory. They're claiming satisfaction.
Okay, Charles Bierbauer, thank you very much. Reporting live from the White House. Of course, he and his colleagues will keep us updated from there. Susan?
And CNN's colleagues in Jerusalem are standing by to keep us up to date from that angle. CNN's Linda Schertzer is here. Linda, what's the latest there?
That air operations might possibly be continuing. This is based on three things. One, we've received a report from one of the journalist pools out in the field that reports about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago they saw a flight of 9 U.S. F-15s, 3 Kuwaiti Hawk model jets, and 4 British Tornado jets take off. Now, about the same time we were outside, we saw one squadron of F-15s, their afterburners glowing, arcing up into the cloudy sky and heading north toward the Kuwaiti border. We're not sure, of course, if all this means much of anything. These could be essentially reconnaissance in force flights. However, there is a handout from the British Armed Forces Information Desk here, which talks about the initial phase of the operation, which began this morning, and they stress initial, and they end the communique by saying operations continue. So there is some thought here that perhaps, and I have to stress perhaps, based on this evidence, there might be a second wave, at least preparing to be in progress. Again, there's no confirmation of that, but there has been a fairly heavy amount of air traffic in this area. One other thing we have to stress from here, there have been some reports, we understand it, of some sort of Iraqi Scud missiles that were launched in the direction of Saudi Arabia. We have checked with both U.S. and Saudi defense sources here, and they categorically deny it. They say it's untrue. They say, as far as they know, during this entire operation, they have detected no sort of Iraqi counterstrike, either in the form of guided missiles or in the form, indeed, of airstrikes headed towards Saudi Arabia, that the skies have been completely clear. The one thing that the defense people here also want to stress is that ground forces has not even begun to be used yet, that there may be reason for optimism, but there is certainly no reason at this point to declare any sort of victory, because you have around 500,000 Iraqi forces still dug in Kuwait. And even if the reports are true that the Iraqi Air Force and most of their elite Republican guards have been destroyed, there is still the matter of all those troops in Kuwait that would have to be dislodged if they don't surrender, and they would have to be dislodged by a ground assault. But people here are watching and waiting to see what might happen next. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Charles, from your vantage point where you are in eastern Saudi Arabia, and we talked with our colleague John Sweeney a little while ago from Riyadh as we looked at some U.S. pool video of the F-15 Eagles taking off and preparing for the attacks earlier. From your vantage point, how many jets did you see taking off that actually took place in the attack into Iraq and into Kuwait earlier?
Well, the F-15s apparently, from everything we've been able to ascertain, played a major role in the attack, as did other sorts of fighters and fighter-bomber attack aircraft. Apparently, the only major plane in the U.S. arsenal that did not play a role in this attack was the large lumbering B-52 bombers. We've been told that there are 20 of the B-52s, those, by aviation terms, ancient bombers, in the Middle East, in this area someplace, location undisclosed. But since they fly high and relatively slowly, the supposition among people who've been watching it is that they would not be used until the skies could pretty well be swept clean, if you will, of the Iraqi Air Force and Iraqi air defenses.
Okay, Charles Jaco reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much, and he will keep us updated on any developments from that point. Susan?
In Amman, Jordan, CNN's Tony Clark is standing by. Tony, as dawn breaks, as the morning gets underway in Jordan, what is the latest there?
In fact, Susan, perhaps some of the most interested in what's going on both in Iraq and in Kuwait are the Kuwaitis that are here. Jordan has been a site for many of the Kuwaitis who have fled their country in the wake of Iraq's invasion to come and wait for something to happen. Khalid Alanti is a Kuwaiti who's here. He has been listening to the radio throughout the day. When you first heard that there were bombs falling on Baghdad, how did you feel? What did you do?
Well, I was surprised also, as everybody, because we are not looking for war. Nobody wants war. But Mr. President Saddam Hussein, he looking for these things because he don't obey all the international opinion. He don't follow the laws of the people. He don't want peace. He's not looking for peace. That's why they started the war against him.
Well, one of the things you were telling me earlier, your reaction when you first heard that the bombs were falling, what did you do?
Well, I was crying and happy at the same time. I can't express my feeling to you because I was crying for my family in Kuwait, for the Iraqi people also in Iraq, and I was happy because I want to see my country free.
When do you hope to be able to go back to Kuwait?
Well, today, as soon as possible. I backed my thing now.
So that you think this may be over quickly, you can go back to Kuwait and see your family?
Yeah.
And what do you expect to see when you get back to Kuwait?
Well, just I want to see Kuwait. Just Kuwait. I want to see the sand of Kuwait. That's more than enough.
You left November 1st. You have been in Jordan, though, only 10 days. How was Kuwait when you left?
Well, it was a ghost city. There's nothing in Kuwait. They stolen everything. There's nothing in Kuwait.
And what do you want to happen to Saddam Hussein? Is there anger? Is there fear? Is there sadness?
Saddam Hussein, somebody will punish him, his country, or his people. We have no right to punish him. Let his people punish him.
Thank you very much. One of the things that we have heard from Kuwaitis here in Jordan throughout the morning is they say we are wrong when we say that the war began today. They say for them, the war, the Persian Gulf War, began on August 2nd when Iraq came into Kuwait. I'm Tony Clark, CNN, reporting live from Amman.
Thank you, Tony. And to recap, British Prime Minister John Major is expected to...
Solar material, as you can see, the desert dunes in the background. I think what we're looking at here, I'm not an expert on this kind of stuff, but I think what we're looking at here are F-16s now. It's a different craft with a single rudder. Fred, help me out with that.
That's right. Those were F-16s, right. Which were not used in the night assault because most F-16s cannot attack at night, and landing behind the F-16 in the background was an Air Force C-130. Right. And here you're looking at ordnance bombs, which will be laced up underneath those bombers, and these look to be. I'm not quite sure what that is. It looks to be like an F-111 or an F-15 there, and get a closer look.
It's too big for an F-15. It's probably an F-111.
Right. That's an F-111 bomber, and that looks like a 2,000-pound bomb there. And it also has some other missiles laced up underneath the wing here, Tom. And the turnaround time on these things is 15 or 20 minutes, and obviously this was... there don't seem to be any great urgency putting these things on. Most of these, that's a laser-guided smart bomb there. And the way that works, Tom, is that from the belly of the F-111, a laser locks onto the target. And once there's a lock-on to a target on the ground, the bomb is released, and it follows the laser into the target. And if you'll remember that dramatic video of the F-111 bombers dropping their bombs on the airport in Tripoli, Libya, that's how that was done, with the laser locking onto the target and the bomb following it in. And they are reputed to be so accurate that they can hit a target within 15 feet of that laser lock-on. And of course, that didn't happen in Libya. There's a great downfall to this type of weapon, Tom, that if there's any dust, serious dust in the air, or serious smoke in the air, or serious bomb debris from the previous bomb, the laser lock-on is broken. And that's how the French embassy was hit in Tripoli with one of those bombs. And again, that appears to be an F-111 getting ready.
Yeah, well, now we've just taken another look at an F-16 out there. We don't know where this airbase is, obviously. These are pictures that have been released by the Defense Department. They've had a very tight rein on American reporters and their ability to move around. In Saudi Arabia, they're releasing just exactly what they wanted to. We have yet to receive anything that looks like the attack taking place, although there was one earlier picture of some F-16, or pardon me, F-15s taking off. General William Westmoreland once complained in his words that Vietnam was the first war fought without any censorship, and as a result, things got terribly confused in the public mind. That was not lost on this generation of military leaders. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's been a real war fought here at the Pentagon in Washington over just what rules would prevail over the coverage of that we're seeing right now. Over the last 2 to 3 weeks, the bureau chiefs of the major news organizations fought the Pentagon down from 6 pages of rules to 1 page, and but never got what they really wanted, the bureau chiefs and the major news organizations, and that was complete unilateral coverage where news organizations could just send their men up to the front lines.
Yeah, it's not entirely a joke out there in Saudi Arabia with the guys who did serve in Vietnam, mostly of officer rank. They say duty, honor, and hate the media. And it was, they said it with a tight little smile when they were talking to you about it. And in fairness, 1 or 2 of them had been burned occasionally, but they're there to do a mission, and they don't want the military to get as damaged as it was in Vietnam, in which, in too many instances, and this is understandable from their point of view, they're sensitive to this, military became a kind of societal pariah. That, too, was unfair. Yeah,
exactly, Tom. Tom, a point about the bomb you're seeing right here and the targets that those bombs may well be used against today. Sources tell NBC News that there is a concern at the Central Command headquarters and here at the Pentagon and the administration that Saddam Hussein has hidden some of his missile systems. And over the last several weeks, U.S. intelligence has some evidence that what Saddam Hussein's very good combat engineers have done is dig deep, deep holes in the earth, holes large enough to drive a trailer truck into, and then have covered up those holes and have hidden mobile Scud missiles in those trenches. And that's what these bombs will go after.
Fred, we've got a late report out of Nicosia, Cyprus again. This is a monitoring radio out of Iraq. Military command from Iraq said Thursday that civilian and military facilities had been hit in the massive U.S.-led airstrikes. The enemy planes only hit the targets that God wanted, whatever that means. So we'll talk about that later. We'll be back with continuing coverage after this. We're back. You're looking at Defense Department pool pictures now of the loading of heavy armaments on the bottom of what we think is maybe an F-16 at an undisclosed location somewhere in Saudi Arabia. The F-16s were not used in the nighttime attacks. F-15s were the principal planes, probably along with stealth bombers, as they penetrated deep into Iraq from the Saudi desert and hitting military targets in and around Baghdad, also in other parts of Iraq, and we were told early on, although we've heard no more about this, military targets in Kuwait as well. So far, all the reports back are that it has gone reasonably well. In fact, from the Pentagon's point of view, it has gone extremely well, Operation Desert Storm. The Israelis have been relieved and impressed by the damage that was done to the Scud missile sites in Iraq. That was a great fear that they would be launched against Israel, and then possibly the whole Arab world would become involved against the United States and the Western alliance that had been so carefully stitched together over there. That did not happen. There has been no counterstrike that we know of at all on the part of the Iraqi forces. What capacity they have, what Saddam Hussein has in mind, it's impossible to tell. Sunrise, as you can see. Fred Francis?
Yes, I'm told that the bombs we were looking at were not laser-guided smart bombs, but cluster bombs. And cluster bombs are the type of munition that when dropped from those aircraft explode hundreds of tiny bomblets before they hit the ground. Very often used for anti-personnel purposes, also used to destroy radar and destroy anti-aircraft sites. If you can't hit the anti-aircraft guns on the ground precisely, then you can drop one of these cluster bombs and it will cover one bomb will cover 2 football fields with little bomblets. And that's what they were loading on those aircraft.
Fred, I have some additional information now from Iraq on what Saddam Hussein has been saying on We Think Baghdad radio. He vowed that, quote, the mother of battles had just started in the Gulf. Going on, and again quoting from Saddam Hussein, at least as we get this radio report, the traitors began their attack at 2:30 a.m. on the night of January 16th, 17th. That's the right time. The cowards attacked us with treachery, said a message from Iraqi president, read on the official Baghdad radio. Satan Bush, U.S. President George Bush said he's talking about, and criminal Zionism, a reference to Israel, have committed their crimes. The mother of battles has started between the forces of evil and justice. Justice will win, he said, with the help of God. The criminals have failed. Saudi King Fahd, the traitor of the Islamic holy sites, the traitor of the Arab and Islamic nations, will be a loser, he said. The courageous Iraqis who carry the torch of Islam will emerge victorious. The thrones of the traitors will soon fall when the will of the Satan of the White House breaks. Palestine, Lebanon, and the Golan Heights will be liberated. Gary Sick is with me right now. As we read all of this, he's really cranked up the rhetoric here.
Yes, he has. Of course, what he doesn't say in there is how he could have been so incredibly unprepared for what the incompetence that is demonstrated on this, I must say, is astonishing. Not to take anything away from our forces, but the fact that he had 5 months to know that this was going on and had not a single missile ready to fire when this moment came is really rather astonishing.
Well, and speaking of hypocrisy, for this man to invoke God and to suddenly to see himself as the protector of the holy sites when he has been a secular and immoral leader, the only way to describe him from a political point of view, all of his adult life, he got to power through the barrel of a gun and worse, and that's how he maintains power there.
Now, the kind of torture and repression that go on in that society speak for themselves. It is this kind of bluster what we're hearing now on the radio, and I think it really is bluster. In fact, I must say that the statement that we got from the military forces, saying that the enemy planes only hit the targets that God wanted, is a pretty lame excuse for the fact that they were really unable to protect all of their major sites.
Gary Sick, we were looking at Defense Department pictures and hearing the words as we read them to you as they've been described to us of Saddam Hussein. Back in a moment.
From NBC News, America at War continues. Here is Tom Brokaw.
It is called Operation Desert Storm, and it has been underway primarily in the air for now 6.5 hours. It began at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. These are some Defense Department pictures, pool videotape, they're called. DOD stands for Department of Defense, provided for us as the planes are loaded with the armaments.
Other craft.
What we're told, it was several U.S. aircraft, both carrier-based as well as ground-based. Certainly the F-117A stealth fighters, about 40 or 50 of them are in place. They were sent in to knock out some of the most dangerous strategic targets, and they supposedly are invisible to enemy aircraft. In addition, F-16s, excellent planes. The A-6s, the carrier-based, the Intruder, we're told that they didn't actually take off from the carriers. They went into forward air bases close to the line, and from there, after the pilots had a chance to rest up a little bit, they then took off from the ground and unloaded their bombs at the targets in Kuwait and Iraq and returned to these forward air bases.
Wolf, excuse me, we are going back to Baghdad. CNN's John Holloman. John, what is the latest? We're hearing reports that you are under attack.
I'm afraid that's true, Susan. It's happened once at night. Now it's daytime. It's very foggy outside. I'm going to let you hear the sounds as I hear them out the window. There's a little blue sky overhead. We don't see any of the flashes of light that we were seeing in the dark night that occurred a while ago. You can hear, though, I believe, the anti-aircraft guns as they fire up into the sky here. it's so foggy, we're unable to see anything. But we heard far, far away, about 3 or 4 minutes ago, the first bombs falling here. This is eerie. Eerie is the right word. They're birds, look like doves, flying around our hotel, fairly shaken up by all the new sounds that are being heard out in Baghdad. I see a group of people running out of one government building near the tomb of the unknown soldier here in Baghdad. Obviously, the sounds of the fighting have shaken them up, and they're trying to get to some place of safety. For the past month and a half, Iraqi television has been telling the people of Baghdad what to do for civil defense, how to get to places of safety. And as we look at the 8-lane highway in front of our hotel, I see a taxi cab going down the road about 30 miles an hour backwards in reverse. The driver obviously trying to get away from the source of all that sound. We, in our CNN crew, as we've been preparing for what might happen next, never anticipated we'd see something else happening in the daylight. And from our vantage point, we really can't see because of the heavy, thick fog what is going on, but we can certainly hear the sound. There's been a lull. Well, I just heard another bomb blast, but I'm sure a bomb blast at a distance very far from our hotel. I would say maybe 5 or 10 miles. It sounds like the firing of 26-inch guns from a battleship, actually, when you're, maybe 20 or 30 miles away from the battleship. It's just a very loud explosions, but at a very great distance away. And I'll try to describe, now that we have some daylight, I can at least give you a better picture of the street scenes here. There are still cars going up and down on this street, but many cars are traveling in reverse. This is like you're watching a motion picture played backwards. Cars are doing anything they can to scramble to get off the street. I see a public school bus now that's making a turn to get off of this main street in downtown Baghdad. Although from the sounds of it, what battle is going on some far distance away from where we are.
John, let me just ask you in terms...
It's pretty calm right now. What I'll do is, Susan, see if you have any other questions for me or the rest of our CNN team members. It's Mark Biello, our cameraman, has just walked in the room. Mark, can you see anything from either side of the hotel?
No, on the east side of the building, there was some sporadic anti-aircraft fired, but nothing as of now. It just seemed like some sporadic shooting and maybe only 1 or 2 fighters, and may not even have been a full attack.
Yeah, right. So, Charles Jaco, of course, saw some planes taking off about 30 or 40 minutes ago from his position in Saudi Arabia, and that perked up our ears and made us a little bit more interested in listening out the windows here. It appears it's quiet again, Susan. Let me come over so that I can hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
John, apparently my colleague Patrick Greenlaw has a question for you. Patrick, go ahead.
John, I guess you just answered the question then. In terms of intensity, even though you can't see because of the fog, in terms of intensity, this was nothing like what you went through last night then at the beginning stages.
I think it's probably exactly like the beginning stages of what we saw last night. I was catching the only hour's sleep I had in the past 2.5 days. At the beginning stages of this, Bernie Shaw was in here. He was about to interview, I believe, former Secretary of State George Shultz when all hell began to break loose here in Baghdad. Right now, it's calm again. I don't know what to say to you except to say that it's interesting to still see people on the streets. In fact, I saw a couple of people in, Arabic headdresses walking down the sidewalk. I can still see them. They're not even running. They're just walking slowly down the sidewalk to some location. My colleague, Bernie Shaw, a man who was trying to get a little sleep, has just come running in the door.
I'll tell you, I'm afraid to go to sleep because, one, as a journalist, I don't want to miss anything, and two, I don't like trying to go to sleep where bombs are falling.
No kidding.
A couple bombs, obviously, were just dropped way off in the distance, and as I ran down the hall, John, I'll tell you what I think this is. I think this is an effort to test, to see what is still viable, what has survived, which batteries have survived. You'll notice that it came very quickly, and it ended very quickly.
And there's not a lot of anti-aircraft fire. There wasn't a lot of anti-aircraft fire during this raid. I'll tell you this, Bernie, while you were away, Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia detected a group of F-15, I believe Charles said they were F-15, taking off from his position. He could see them take off. didn't know where they were going. It is possible that those planes which left about 40 minutes ago might be the very planes creating this increased level of tension in our broadcast booth.
I would surmise that those planes that took off, if they indeed were headed this way, they certainly have arrived at the destination. I'm sure you've reported on this, but isn't this eerie? I keep using that word, but that is a word that really goes to the heart of some of the impressions we were getting from here in Baghdad. To see traffic moving along, and I watched for the cars to pull off. Yeah. They did not pull off to the side of the road. When that wave went by, the wave of bombing went by, these cars, some of them sped up and they tried to get away.
I saw a couple of taxi cabs in reverse going about 30 miles an hour right down in front of us.
Did you see that one cab here that backed up?
No.
He backed up, and he backed up on the curb and was frantically turning around to get out of the way. But I just ran down the hall and I wanted to make sure we were all right and you're okay, and I'm going to walk back down the hall. And
lie down, Bernie. You're going to have to be standing here while I'm lying down in 4 or 6 hours. So you won't be able to sleep, but at least,
my problem is I can't turn off my mind, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try to find the key.
Good luck, Bernie Shaw. Susan Patrick, we're still here. Other questions for us?
Thank you, Bernie. John, have you heard anything from Iraqi officials? The last word you had, apparently officially, was word that Saddam Hussein was planning to go on Iraqi television. I assume that that is apparently canceled. But have Iraqi officials told you anything?
Well, we've heard a little bit from Iraqi officials, Susan. The phones which we thought were working here are not working. They rang once, each of them. You might get a dial tone, Bernie, but try to dial for an outside line and see if you get one. That's the problem we've had.
Mark Biello, our chief cameraman here, he's our only cameraman here. He's the man who stayed up all during the night to
get the pictures.
We hope that we can get out of this country. We're trying, ladies and gentlemen around the world, we are trying desperately to get these pictures out. But right now, Mark is using gaffer's tape on the windows here, and I'm going to see if I can find a roll to use on my windows in my room.
Yeah, good idea, Bernie. But at any rate, I'll tell you what we know from Iraqi officials. They told CNN they came to visit us after a ride of, I guess, about a half a mile in which they were in some danger. They came to our location and said, CNN, we want you to be able to feed your pictures that you took last night, and we want you to come to Iraqi TV. They escorted us there. And when we got there, we began to attempt to feed the pictures, but it turns out that Iraqi television has no video, audio pathway to the outside world. The sound you hear, by the way, is Mark Biello ripping huge strips of tape off to put on our windows. It's okay, Mark. Our viewers want to know what you're doing. Want to know you're trying to keep us safe here in Baghdad. But at any rate, the officials may not know that the pictures that they are trying to transmit are not getting out. Our executive producer, Robert Wiener, is on his way to Iraqi television right now. In retrospect, I'm sort of sorry he went there to get our feed engineer, Nick Robertson, who was at the TV station, but now they're both away from this hotel, which is bad in an attack. We hope they'll be back soon and safe, and as soon as they are, we'll let you know. But at any rate, we're continuing to monitor the situation here. It appears very quiet now. If Bernie Shaw's... Wait a minute, I hear something. Let's see. I thought it might have been the sound of an airplane. It's not. It's the sound of a very large, very old delivery truck.
One other thing before I run back down the hall, John. I have counted only two military trucks in the last hour of watching things here. Maybe you've seen more.
No, there's not much activity by the military at all, at least in this part of Baghdad. I imagine the troops, if there are troops available to go, might have gone to the areas where the bombs struck in the early morning hours just to see what the damage is and try to repair it if they could.
We know from what was said by the Pentagon that the wave after wave of attack bombers came in to do specific targeting, command and control centers, anti-aircraft batteries. And as we look out over downtown Baghdad, we can report accurately that none of the shrines, none of the monuments so important and so dear to the Iraqi people, none has been touched.
That's right. about an hour ago, there was an interesting phenomenon coming from a building on the other side of our hotel, Bernie. It appeared that there was a huge smoke generator just filling the air around us with thick white smoke that looked much thicker than fog.
Well, it was comparable in a way to the fog we've seen over the past couple days. It is dissipated now, but there is a thick mist hanging over downtown Baghdad now as traffic continues to go on this main 8-lane boulevard before our eyes down there. And as I say, we can see intact all of the important shrines, the monuments, the buildings that are so important to Baghdad.
Everything we can see that in the downtown area, it's going to look as nice as it does the rest of the day, just like it did yesterday. Let's go back to our colleagues, maybe, and see if they have other questions for us here. We'll come back inside now.
CNN's Wolf Blitzer. Thank you, John. We will be coming back to you shortly, you and the rest of our CNN colleagues in Baghdad. CNN's Wolf Blitzer is standing by now live at the Pentagon. Wolf, CNN reports from Baghdad that a second attack is now underway. What do your sources there tell you?
Well, earlier at the news conference that Defense Secretary Dick Cheney held, he said that the U.S. would continue its strikes, even though there was a pause. He said that the U.S. would continue operations, left unclear exactly what he had in mind. But one point has to be underscored right now. If the U.S. and other allied aircraft are undertaking these kinds of strikes in daylight in Baghdad and presumably elsewhere in the country as well, it certainly does signal that the United States and the Allies are very confident that they have this air superiority, that they can send in their F-15 Eagles, their F-16s, the other sophisticated aircraft, and go after specific targets that may not have been destroyed in the initial wave. They have some better reconnaissance, some real-time intelligence from all of the satellites that are overhead, from some of the other high-flying reconnaissance aircraft. So it does indicate that the U.S. has a high degree of confidence that the United States can send in these sophisticated aircraft, go after a specific target, and return, of course, to their bases without a whole lot of concern that Iraqi ground fire, anti-aircraft missile batteries, or artillery, or anything else could endanger those invading U.S. planes.
Wolf, one thing that our colleague Bernard Shaw mentioned was that he sensed that it might be perhaps a test that perhaps the U.S.-led coalition, the Allied forces, might want to see how much of the Iraqi resistance is still viable. Any word from your Pentagon sources on how much this second wave will be?
Well, one of the things that the United States and the other allies would want to test would be to see if the Iraqis still have any radar that they can turn on. And by sending in these aircraft, certainly if the Iraqis do have any radar, they would have to hone in with the radar signals and pinpoint exactly where those remaining radar installations may be located. So yes, I think Bernie is absolutely right. This may be a test. Then again, it may be part of a second wave of strikes against targets that were left intact during the initial bombing strike.
Thank you. CNN's Wolf Blitzer reporting to us live from the Pentagon. Patrick.
Well, there probably isn't anything that affects world markets more than war, and to find out how the war in the Gulf is affecting world markets, let's check in with CNN's Bill Hartley, who's live right now in New York. Bill?
Well, Patrick, markets around the world did indeed react swiftly to the war. Traders in London, New York, and Tokyo have been at their desks and on the phone, swapping stocks and commodities and money since the war began. The price of oil, driven higher by conflict at first, has fallen back to pre-invasion levels as it appears Saddam Hussein is possibly no longer a threat to oil fields. Brent North Sea crude plunging to $25.25 a barrel. That is a drop of $3.75 from its Wednesday close in Houston. Pacific Rim stock markets buoyed as well. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index gaining 83 points. The Australian stock market all ordinaries up 33, and the Singapore Straits Times Index gaining 49. The Tokyo stock market plunged on the initial news of the invasion. It then turned around and closed up sharply. The Nikkei Index gaining over 1,000 points. That is its 10th highest gain ever. Joining us on the telephone from Tokyo, CNN Business News correspondent Todd Benjamin. Todd, that was quite a turnaround. What did the stock market see that made it turn around so rapidly and so significantly?
Well, Bill, it was quite surprising that the market turned around swiftly as it did and had as big a rise as it did. It was already known the market had discounted to a large extent that there would be a war, but its big rise wasn't expected, and I think it happened because of the success so far of the U.S.-led air attack and the perception that the war will be short. Reports throughout the day indicated that the attack by the U.S.-led forces was going well. As we just recently heard from John Holloman and Bernard Shaw, the bombing continues. And also there's been no word of retaliation by Iraq. In addition, financial authorities here were quick to make statements that they would take appropriate steps to keep the market stable. And I think short covering also added to the market's gain. Bill?
Todd, was there a little embarrassment on the part of the Japanese that they who depend on Gulf oil so much have done so very little to support the Allies in this?
Well, I think the Japanese are trying as quickly as possible to turn that perception around. They're now talking about giving additional aid to the U.S.-led forces, and so I think they are trying to do what they can to turn world opinion in their favor.
Thank you very much, Todd. That's it from the Business News Desk in New York. We will have more on world markets in the next hour.
Bill Hartley, thank you very much, and Todd Benjamin in Tokyo. Susan?
Now we take you back to Baghdad. Bernie Shaw is standing by. Bertie, CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports from the Pentagon that you may be right. This may be a test by the Iraqis, rather the U.S. and the Allies, trying to find out whether or not the Iraqis still have radar capability. Can you tell us, is the bombing going on right now, or is there a pause now? Bernie, can you hear me?
Thanks very much. We're back here in Baghdad, and normalcy has returned. That brief wave has come and gone, and I see a school bus out on this 8-lane highway for the first time this morning. We are trying to assess as much as we can what is going on, and you can understand that is difficult to do. We are trying desperately, very desperately, to get out to Atlanta and subsequently to the world. The pictures we have shot during the night and during the first hours of daylight, and the people at the feed point at the television station, even Iraq's information minister Jasm is there trying to assist us and trying to get the word out. That is the situation right now. John Holloman is back here now.
Bernie?
Well, Bernie, we've learned a little bit from a colleague who's been out on the streets of Baghdad. The garbage trucks are working today. They're picking up garbage. So one of the points that I have tried to make for our viewers for the past several months is that the Iraqi society is very well organized. Everything needs to be orderly to please the Socialist Arab Ba'ath Party that President Saddam Hussein is the head of. And just another example of that, there are people out on the streets now. They're picking up the garbage, folks. They're trying to make it appear as business as usual, even though there's been another wave of bombing and anti-aircraft fire in the past 10 minutes.
To repeat, we do not know the whereabouts of President Saddam Hussein and his key advisors. We've not been told anything, and our executive producer here on the ground in Baghdad, Robert Wiener, is at the television station feed point, and knowing Robert, if he can get any kind of information when he comes back, he should be able to tell us a lot more than what we're able to report right now.
That's right. If we had a telephone line that works to another telephone in Baghdad that works, we'd be in better shape too. But we'll keep you posted as best we can until we get some more information from the outside. For Bernie Shaw, John Holloman, live in Baghdad.
John and Bertie, we should point out to our viewers that it is now coming up on 10 a.m. mid-morning in Baghdad. Bernie, this for you. I don't know if you heard me when I introduced you. I was talking with CNN's Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon, and he says, from his standpoint at the Pentagon, that you may be right, that this could be a test, that the U.S. and its allies could be trying to find out if the Iraqis still have any radar, and perhaps that is one reason why it has not been the onslaught that you endured last night.
I think that's right, and hearing from Wolf at the Pentagon really buttresses my feeling. I estimate that just a few bombs fell. We could feel the concussion where we are now, and I just envision it an effort to see what's going on the ground. We passed through wave after wave during the night. Let's see what they still have that's active, that's viable, that's a potential threat to other plans we might have, other planes we might be sending in. And there was a response. The anti-aircraft batteries opened up. But again, these warplanes fly so fast, we could not see them during the night. I didn't see this wave that came in. Things happen so quickly in modern warfare that you don't see. What you do is hear and feel after the fact.
Thank you, CNN's Bernard Shaw, keeping us up to date with the very latest in Baghdad. Patrick.
Right now, we're going to go back to the Pentagon and CNN's Pentagon correspondent, Wolf Blitzer, who has the latest information. And I'm sure, Wolf, you just heard what Bernie had to say. What is the latest from there?
Patrick, the latest information from here is that the U.S. airstrikes, after this initial pause, are going to continue. They're going to continue for the time being after specific targets. The United States clearly has control of the skies. The fact that these U.S. aircraft are flying in daylight now in Baghdad and elsewhere in Iraq indicates that the U.S. Air Force has a high degree of confidence that most of the potential danger, most of the anti-aircraft missile batteries, most of the potential Iraqi Air Force jet fighters themselves that could threaten the U.S. fighter aircraft, the bombers, have been eliminated. And certainly the United States is going to go after the remaining targets. Anything that could knock out a U.S. plane is certainly going to be destroyed, or at least the U.S. Air Force is going to try to destroy those targets. And they're almost certainly testing the Iraqi capabilities, seeing if the Iraqis will turn on whatever radar they may have left to go after those radar sites.
Wolf, is there a feeling there, though, that this was almost, if you would, they're incredulous, that there would be no response from the Iraqi Air Force, or even much more than just some artillery from rooftops around the city of Baghdad, that there really has been no response at all from the Iraqi Air Forces?
Well, over these months, the U.S. Air Force, I must say, have been the prime advocates of air power. And for months, U.S. Air Force officials have maintained rather confidently that air power alone could get this job done. And I'm sure you'll recall, Patrick, that in September, the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Air Force, General Michael Dugan, was fired after saying publicly that the air war alone could basically get the job done decisively, rather speedily. And other officials at the Pentagon were always concerned, well, what happens if the air war doesn't succeed? There have been similar assurances in the past. Air power alone never got the job done. In this particular case, there is no indication, we are told by Pentagon officials, that the U.S. for the time being has any intention of bringing in the ground forces, sending in the mechanized infantry divisions of the Army, sending in the amphibious landing assault teams of the Marine Corps. For the time being, the President, the Defense Secretary, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Norman Schwarzkopf, are willing to let air power alone see what can be done, and that if there has to be a ground strike at some point, if the Iraqi forces have not yet capitulated, if they have not yet surrendered, at some point when the ground forces go in with the M1A1 battle tanks, the armored personnel carriers, all of the amphibious landing gear, at that point, presumably after such massive destruction, it will be a lot easier than if the ground forces were sent in right now.
Okay, Wolf Blitzer reporting live from the Pentagon. Thank you very much. Susan?
It is mid-morning in Amman, Jordan. CNN's Margaret Lowry is standing by on the phone with the latest there. Margaret.
Susan, a couple of things for you. First of all, Jordan's Royal Court tells us that airspace here is not closed. Repeat, not closed, despite reports to the contrary. And CNN's producer, Dan Fernand, is out at the border, that's Jordan's border with Iraq, and he reports to us that a town there called Traibil was hit by a bomb at some point during the night. Now, the town is in a border area between Iraq and Jordan in what is apparently considered to be a neutral zone, although the town technically may be Jordanian territory. And we've had no word yet from the Royal Court here on what that could mean or what the implications of that may be. Susan?
Margaret, can you expand on that a little bit? When you say that the court has said that the airspace is not closed, give us some details what that means.
Well, it means that it is not closed. There were reports earlier in the night, I guess after the bombing started, that Jordanian airspace had closed. As you know, Jordan is between Iraq and Israel and is determined to remain neutral as long as it can. And there were fears that it had perhaps closed its airspace during the fighting, but the Royal Court tells us now that that is not true.
All right, the latest from CNN's Margaret Lowry in Amman, Jordan. Patrick.
As you well know, there's been some anti-war protesting on both sides of the Atlantic, and there is also some on the Pacific shores. And for the very latest on that, let's check in live with CNN's Ann McDermott, who is live right now at a protest in Los Angeles. Ann?
Well, you can probably hear a lot of noise behind me, a lot of shouting. There's drum beats, there was singing, and a little while ago you could barely hear anyone talk over the horns honking. People here who are against the war have been asking people to support them by sounding off, and they have. Next to me is a rare counter-protester, and the crowd is trying to hush him. But for the most part, these are people that are against the war. Earlier this morning, even before the hostilities broke out, nearly 160 people were arrested in Los Angeles. They were trying to block entrances to the federal building. This is also a federal building where we are on Wilshire Boulevard. People here tried to block intersections earlier today. The police stopped them. Police stopped them, but these people, some are still trying. Some here say they are going to continue their vigil through the night. The crowds have thinned a little bit, but there have been at least a couple of thousand people here. Up in San Francisco, there were also demonstrations. People paraded through the streets and settled down for an overnight candlelight vigil. Also, people demonstrated in Washington and in New York. They gathered outside the United Nations building. Again, the protest here is going on strong in Los Angeles. I'm Ann McDermott, CNN, reporting live in Los Angeles.
We take you now back to Baghdad. What is the latest there?
Susan, some interesting news. One of the big questions we have had during all of our coverage since the bombing began was, where is Saddam Hussein? CNN's satellite maven and chief engineer Nick Robertson has been at the Iraqi television headquarters, our feed point, for the past 2 hours, and he has seen Saddam Hussein. Nick, I know you were there to attempt to get these pictures that we took overnight out to the rest of the world. Tell us first of all about who you saw there, the names in the news in Iraq today.
Initially, I met Minister Jazem. After that, I went to sit at the feed point. We were unable to feed for lack of communications. While I was waiting at the feed point, President Saddam Hussein walked by on his way, I believe, to record a message either to American people or to the people of Iraq.
Yeah. Guess with me, Nick, how long ago it was when you saw President Saddam Hussein come into the TV station?
It would be within the last hour. It would probably approximately be 9 a.m. local time. That's 6 a.m. GMT when I saw him.
Yeah, and the Information Minister Jazem was there with him, I suppose, and were they talking together?
Jazem I saw separately at an earlier point, approximately 8:30 local time.
Okay, and the reason that our viewers can't see these pictures is because I guess the telephones don't work at Iraqi TV, or they can't get the pictures and sounds out to the satellite.
There's no attempt, to my knowledge, being made to feed at this point in time, and the reason for that being, I believe, a lack of communications to Amman, Jordan, as the next step in our feed process from here. I believe they're trying to make contact with Amman, Jordan. That was left very much in the dark with no information.
Yeah, well, of course, our viewers are in the dark as well, because I'm looking at what could be as much as 90 minutes of terrific videotape of last night's attack, which is here in my hands rather than on your TV sets at home, and we apologize for the problems we're having with Iraqi television getting this material to you. I'm sure they're trying to do what they can to get the pictures out, but you got to have telephones to make contact before you turn on a multi-100-watt satellite transmission to the outside world. Nick Robertson, we're very glad to have you back safe and sound, because, as you know, anytime anybody leaves this hotel and goes to a sensitive location like the TV station, there's potential for trouble. So, to our colleagues in Atlanta, we're very glad to have Nick home safe and sound, and we'll be back to you with another updated report. But now we know, at least, that President Saddam Hussein, who we heard might be making a television address a couple of hours ago, has just arrived to record that address, so it might still be available to us, perhaps even live sometime in the next few hours, if Iraqi television can send it out. So we'll stay in touch. John Holloman, CNN Live in Baghdad.
John, just to reiterate, can you please clarify, Saddam Hussein was actually seen this morning, it is now 10 a.m. in Baghdad, in person?
That's right. Our man Nick Robertson just told you, Susan, he was at the television station 1 hour ago when Saddam Hussein walked in. Did the president acknowledge you were there, Nick? Did you wave at him? Did he wave back or anything?
The president did not see me. I kept myself very much inconspicuous.
Sometimes the best policy in these matters. But Susan, yes, our man, CNN's Nick Robertson, has seen the president of Iraq in the past 60 minutes at the TV station, so we know where he is.
Nick, what can you tell us about how Saddam Hussein looked? Did he look tired? Did he look tense? Did he look angry? Did he look frustrated? What can you tell us, perhaps speculate about the psychological strain on the man?
Very hard to say indeed. I would probably not describe him with any of the words that you used there. Maybe resolute, and maybe there was a determination in his step, and the people with him were walking a pace to keep up with him.
I'm sure the viewers all over the world are very, very interested in your sighting of President Saddam Hussein, because you may be the only Westerner who has seen him in the past 2 or 3 days, Nick. Susan, if you have more questions, we're here.
Thank you very much, John. Right now, we are going back to Patrick Greenlaw, but thank you to you and all of our colleagues in CNN Baghdad. Patrick.
Obviously, a tremendous amount of developments in the past 8 hours since the initial invasion. CNN's Mark Leff has this report on the chronology of how things happened.
First word from 2 of the 4 countries whose planes were involved in the overnight attack on Iraq and Kuwait is that all aircraft and their crews have returned to their bases unharmed after destroying much of Iraq's Air Force, many of its elite Republican Guard troops, and, according to the U.S. Defense Department, much of Iraq's war-making capacity. The attack on military targets in Baghdad and throughout Iraq and Kuwait involved several waves of aircraft and dozens of cruise missiles.
I saw Tomahawk cruise missiles leave the U.S. destroyer Paul F. Foster at exactly 1:37 local time. That's 3 hours ahead of British time. They curled in an arc over the ship and then steadied and headed northwest for Iraq. And by 2 o'clock our time, 20 minutes later, 40 more cruise missiles had been launched.
Less than 3 hours after the sound of anti-aircraft fire first echoed over Baghdad, President Bush told a television audience the world could wait no longer.
We are determined to knock out Saddam Hussein's nuclear bomb potential. We will also destroy his chemical weapons facilities. Much of Saddam's artillery and tanks will be destroyed. Our operations are designed to best protect the lives of all the coalition forces by targeting Saddam's vast military arsenal.
The president later authorized the U.S. Department of Energy to make more than 1 million barrels of oil available for sale each day from the federal government's Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Louisiana and Texas. The presidential speech also sent world oil spot market prices downward after the surge that followed first reports of the bombing. The Saudi government sounded air raid sirens after the first wave of aircraft hit Baghdad and ordered journalists to shelters. Both the Saudi and U.S. governments denied reports that Iraq had managed to launch a handful of Scud missiles toward Saudi targets. Elsewhere in the Middle East, Jordan has put its armed forces on alert after state-run Amman Radio reported the attack on what it called sisterly Iraq. In Israel, which Iraq had promised would be a target of retaliation, the government ordered a state of alert, but said the Iraqi threat to Israel is diminishing. 5 hours after the airstrikes began, Baghdad Radio broadcast a speech by President Saddam Hussein, in which he said the dawn of victory nears as what he called this great showdown begins. Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
I'm Jonathan Mann.
I'm Patrick Emery. We continue with our coverage. Let's go now to Baghdad. CNN's John Holliman standing by. John?
Patrick, we've just received some news from Nick Robertson, CNN's chief satellite engineer here in Baghdad. He's been to the television station in an effort to get some videotape fed out to you. It can't be fed at the moment. Nick, you say you discovered some damage from last night's bombing, huh?
Yes, there was damage. There was some damage in the street, some broken glass and some small amounts of rubble, but there was one significant point of damage I noticed on a building I would best describe as a communications type of building with many dishes on the roof, microwave type dishes, maybe a post office communications type building. There was a sizable hole in one side of that, and one lower corner of the structure at the back had been sizably damaged.
And Nick also reports that about 60 minutes ago, he saw Iraqi President Saddam Hussein at the television station, apparently about to prepare a videotape message for the people of Iraq. At this point, we don't believe Iraqi television is on the air, but we're trying to determine that for sure. Yeah, and it appears that it's not on the air. That's the latest from Baghdad. We'll have more for you when we can get back to you.
John, about the fog, you still have it. Bring us up to date on conditions right now at a little after 10 in the morning.
Well, the fog's beginning to lift, Patrick, and in fact, I can go to the window and describe some things a little bit further away than I was able to before. Let's see, I see many more soldiers on the street than I've seen in the past. A revolving restaurant, Nick, tell me.
No, I see a revolving...
Oh, yes, I see a radar installation that appears that is an anti-aircraft installation here. That we've seen the anti-aircraft guns at this location in the past, but we've never seen a spinning radar outfit. So we've been talking with Wolf at the Pentagon and Charles Jaco in Saudi Arabia about spotting radars from the Iraqis. There appears to be one very close to our location here, which is now in operation. And as we look around the city, we can still see very little sign of any damage except what Nick reported, and also some broken glass, probably from the concussion of some of the bombs in several other locations around the city of Baghdad. As yet, we haven't been able to get our cameras out on the street. Iraqi officials won't let us take any pictures of the damage so far. We're hoping that as the day progresses, we'll be able to get you some new pictures and also to send you the pictures from last night, the dramatic footage of this air raid on Baghdad. Patrick?
We'll be checking back in with John Holloman as needed. Let's go to Jonathan Mann.
Patrick, we're going now to Charles Bierbauer at the White House. Charles?
Jonathan, attention has certainly shifted away from the White House in the course of the evening. It, of course, being the middle of the night here now. President Bush, we would imagine, is resting well. We do understand that Secretary of State Baker, Secretary of Defense Cheney are expected at the White House for breakfast, at least with the National Security Advisor, possibly with the President, too. There are no public events on the President's schedule for this now Thursday here. The last word, I guess it's Wednesday, I've lost track of time. The last word that we really got from the President is his words from the Oval Office.
Our objectives are clear. Saddam Hussein's forces will leave Kuwait. The legitimate government of Kuwait will be restored to its rightful place, and Kuwait will once again be free. Iraq will eventually comply with all relevant United Nations resolutions, and then, when peace is restored, it is our hope that Iraq will live as a peaceful and cooperative member of the family of nations, thus enhancing the security and stability of the Gulf. Some may ask, why act now? Why not wait? The answer is clear. The world could wait no longer. Sanctions, though having some effect, showed no signs of accomplishing their objective. Sanctions were tried for well over 5 months, and we and our allies concluded that sanctions alone would not force Saddam from Kuwait. While the world waited, Saddam Hussein systematically raped, pillaged, and plundered a tiny nation, no threat to his own. He subjected the people of Kuwait to unspeakable atrocities, and among those maimed and murdered, innocent children. While the world waited, Saddam sought to add to the chemical weapons arsenal he now possesses an infinitely more dangerous weapon of mass destruction, a nuclear weapon. And while the world waited, while the world talked peace and withdrawal, Saddam Hussein dug in and moved massive forces into Kuwait. While the world waited, while Saddam stalled, more damage was being done to the fragile economies of the Third World, the emerging democracies of Eastern Europe, to the entire world, including to our own economy. The United States, together with the United Nations, exhausted every means at our disposal to bring this crisis to a peaceful end. However, Saddam clearly felt that by stalling and threatening and defying the United Nations, he could weaken the forces arrayed against him.
There are no claims of victory, but the Bush administration is certainly satisfied with the way things are going in the early going. Others in Washington are not pleased. For several days, there's been a round-the-clock vigil and anti-war demonstration along Pennsylvania Avenue and in Lafayette Park across the street from the White House. Several hundred have gathered there. The crowd ebbs and flows in terms of its size. It has been mostly peaceful, but in the course of this evening, there were some clashes with police, some of them mounted on horseback. We understand that there were fists and bottles and arrests. President Bush has claimed throughout that he would have public support for his action, but it is not unanimous support. Jonathan?
Charles Bierbauer at the White House, thank you. Stick around, though. We'll be coming back to you in the hours ahead. Patrick?
John Sweeney is in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. Let's go to him now and get an update, get an idea of what the capital of Saudi Arabia is like at this hour in the morning. John?
Actually quite normal, considering the circumstances. Saudi officials have scheduled a briefing for in about 45 minutes. We expect to hear from a Saudi general on the situation, and that will be the first time officially we have heard from the Saudis. Again, about 45 minutes at this spot. We got some indication early on of today's raids. About 20 minutes before the raids were reported in Baghdad, we had eyewitnesses outside the main the main air base in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia, report seeing 9 F-15 American fighter planes taking off and heading north, accompanied by British fighter bombers and also by Kuwaiti aircraft. And on the nearby island nation of Bahrain, a British air wing commander says that British Jaguar aircraft will be involved in today's raids, following last night's raids by Britain's most powerful aircraft, the Tornado fighter bomber. That plane last night, the commander said, carried cluster bombs and also regular 1,000-pound bombs. We also have a report from Saudi oil industry officials who say that Iraqi artillery managed to destroy a couple of empty tanks in a refinery area in the neutral zone between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. However, that artillery reportedly just missed a 30,000 barrel a day oil refinery. And we first, here in the Saudi capital, we first got wind that something was going on about 2 hours before the official attack began, when many of us were awakened by the tremendous sound of several KC-135 tanker refueler planes taking off one after the other here. We now know that these planes were sent on a mission to refuel the many combat aircraft that took part in the invasion. I'm John Sweeney, CNN, live in Riyadh.
John, we want to just check with you briefly. Charles Jaco has indicated, to the best of his determination from his vantage point, there have been no losses of aircraft. Can you add to that, confirm it?
The Military Information Bureau here has yet to make an official statement. They have issued some fax communique. We have no confirmation on that. As far as I know, there have been no planes lost.
All right, John Sweeney in the capital of Saudi Arabia, giving us a picture of how things are in the capital. Let's go now to Jonathan Mann. Jonathan?
Patrick, let's go to Francis Hardin at the State Department. Francis, is there any diplomatic communication going on right now between the U.S. or other members of the multinational force and the government of Iraq?
Jonathan, not right now, but there was plenty of activity earlier today. Secretary of State James Baker at the moment is not in the building. He is at home, presumably in bed, and he'll be up early again tomorrow morning, or that is to say later this morning. He is due at the White House at 7:30 to have breakfast with National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft and also with Defense Secretary Dick Cheney. That is a meeting that could possibly also include the president. Wednesday morning, that is the day the attack began, Baker met with the Saudi ambassador to the United States, Prince Bandar. Bandar came here. He was asked for his country's green light for the battle to begin. After a quick call to Saudi Arabia, to King Fahd, that permission was granted. Baker spent much of the rest of the day calling the ambassadors of Israel, Kuwait, Germany, Syria, and Japan. He also called the chairman and ranking...
All right, we've got to interrupt Francis Hardin. We're going now to Baghdad for the latest. Go ahead, Baghdad.
Patrick, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but there've just been two very loud explosions that that rocked us a little bit here in downtown Baghdad. We're not sure precisely where they came from. I was about to start looking at some videotape of the initial attack last night, and I couldn't tell whether I was hearing the videotape or the live until my cameraman, Mark Biello, said, nope, this is not Memorex. And we look out now and look for signs of damage. I'm looking at the downtown Baghdad airport, a small airport. Don't see any sign of damage there. I hear some bells ringing someplace in the distance. I don't see any smoke anywhere as I look through the horizon. I'm looking at old downtown Baghdad. I see a huge water tank that's still intact. As I continue to look, I see two minarets of a mosque way off in the distance, perhaps 4 or 5 miles away. And I continue to see birds flying over the city. I can't tell you what just happened. I know it shook us up again as we have been accepting and feeling some incoming fire for some time here. At this point, Frederick, I can't tell you anything. I'm looking up in the sky to see if I see signs of jet planes flying over, and I just do not. I think since we can't tell you any more, we'll let you go back to what you were doing before, and we'll just keep our eyes and ears peeled here in Baghdad.
We can stay with you beyond the 2 explosions that you heard. Give us an idea of what the hotel is like. You're still on the 14th floor all night long. People who have been with us have heard about the bomb shelter below. What's going on in the home you're occupying now?
Well, in our CNN rooms, we have several rooms, Patrick, and we're here. Some people are trying to rest, to sleep, because none of us has had any sleep in days and days now, it seems like. The bomb shelters in the basement of the hotel were open. When people went down there right after the initial attack in the middle of the night, they were locked in those shelters. They weren't allowed to leave, and that was too bad. The people got kind of cramped quarters down there, and several of us, Bernie Shaw, Peter Arnett, and I, were able to hide out from Iraqi authorities up here in our broadcast booth, so we were able to avoid being rounded up with everybody else, and that's how we were able to talk to you all night long. But in the hotel now, I can walk out into the hallway. There's still no electricity, still no water. Still, the telephone service inside the hotel is restored. I can talk to another room on another floor, but I still can't make a call outside. The operator at the hotel says all telephone lines down in Baghdad. It could be because of that report we received from our engineer Nick Robertson a few minutes ago that one of the major communication towers in downtown had been damaged by something in the attack overnight. So the hotel is still a nice place to live, probably compared to other places around Baghdad. It's one of the best places to live, but I'll tell you at this moment I would rather be with you in Atlanta, Georgia.
John, tell us about the last attack. Give us a little bit of a comparison to the one that you experienced in the middle of the night when all of this got going.
Well, what we just heard, Patrick, was just a couple of loud blasts. It could have been anti-aircraft fire, and in fact, I believe that's probably what it was, from an anti-aircraft gun on the east side of our location. And I'm looking out the window right now at another anti-aircraft battery on another side of our location, which has a radar tower spinning, a radar dish spinning around on top of it. It's the first time we've been here for a long time, and we've seen this particular installation in the past, but we've never seen the radar dish up and operating. So obviously it's looking for incoming from someplace. Also, let me look out the window here with you for a moment. There's a small, not big enough for a 727, but a small private jet airport in downtown Baghdad. I see planes on the ground there. I don't see much activity of planes taxiing or anything like that, but it appears to be undamaged at this hour. And off in the distance, I hear a rumbling right now. I don't know if you can hear this rumbling, but it's coming from where I stand. I believe it is coming from the west. It sounds almost like at the beginning of a cowboy movie when you hear of a herd of horses thundering off in the distance. That's the sort of sound I can hear right now out the window, and I believe the direction it's coming from is the west. But at any rate, compared to what we experienced last night, this is small potatoes. Last night there was barrage after barrage after barrage, wave after wave of planes, and the skies were brightly lighted with anti-aircraft fire from the Iraqis, which from all we could tell, did not have a lot of effect. I'm hearing now the sounds of what I believe are big bombs falling. I don't see anything from these bombs, but I can just hear it. It's a rumbling. Patrick, you'll remember I covered the earthquake in San Francisco for us back a couple of Octobers ago, and it's that sort of feeling that I'm getting here. I'm going to let you stick the microphone out the window, see if you can hear what I hear. Sounds like distant thunder. I'm thankful to be able to tell you that this attack that is occurring right now in Baghdad is much further away from the central city than what we heard last night. And I'm going to continue to peer out the window through the white clouds with some breaks so that you can see blue, just to see if I could see some sort of sign of some kind of aircraft. And I do not. I'll just tell you that. And just as quickly as the rumbling started, it seems to have stopped here in Baghdad. Patrick, it just ended just this instant.
John, do we know any more? Have you been able to make any kind of investigation of the building that you had described earlier with the white smoke pouring out of it? Any speculation or any firm ideas on what that was?
Well, we thought perhaps it might be a smoke generator of some kind. We didn't know. One Iraqi official said he thought it might be some trash burning rather than anything intentional to fill up the air. But the volume of the white smoke that was coming out of this whatever it was at the side of this building was something far beyond a pile of trash. And the smoke was all pure white. It looked just like fog, only it had an awful stench to it. And so, we don't know. I've never seen anything like it. We might get our people at the Pentagon or in Saudi Arabia who know some things about, instruments of war to say, to tell us if there's anything like that in the U.S. arsenal, something to put a lot of fog-looking smoke over a wide area. Let me describe the streets of Baghdad for you for a minute. There still is traffic. There are a lot more soldiers on the street around our hotel than there have been in the past. And it still seems that people are trying to go about their business here despite all this thunder, which is obviously not coming from heaven, but coming from the coalition partners who are continuing to keep Baghdad under attack.
John, I guess we're coming up on, roughly 8 hours now since the first attack, 10:30, it's coming up on 10:30 a.m. right now in Baghdad, but around 8 hours ago, the first strike hit the city, and following it at that time, you and Bernie and Peter Arnett had a couple of encounters with security people in the hotel. I'm wondering if you can, and if you've had any other encounters that I may have missed, can you describe any of these people, the attitude that they have about what is happening to their country?
I asked one fellow about the comparison between this and the Iran-Iraq war, which he had obviously lived through. He was a man probably 25 or 30 years old. He was the man who took many of our videotapes. And I asked him the question, and he said, "Oh, this is much different from the Iran-Iraq war." And I've been talking to the Iraqi people for some time about comparisons and things, and they always said they didn't expect the U.S. to be able to do any more to them than was done in the Iran-Iraq war. And as it turns out, this fellow indicated very strongly to me that this certainly was worse than the Iran-Iraq war. I'm looking out on the east side of our hotel. Our producer, Robert Weiner, says there's been some damage here. I can't get my microphone cable to you, Robert. You'll have to come to me and describe for me what you see out this room of the hotel, out the east side. Just tell me what you see.
Out beyond the foreign ministry, there has been an attack. There are thick, billowing clouds of black smoke. The anti-aircraft guns, the batteries that are in front of us on one of the buildings have been at alert. They have fired off several rounds. I don't think you could hear those, John, when you were on the other side. But people are bracing for another attack here.
Yeah, okay, Robert. So we've got black smoke pouring out of one building. Patrick, as soon as you and I get a break from this conversation, I'm going to get a somewhat longer microphone cord so I can travel more distance through this place and give you better outlooks from all sides of the hotel where we're staying. I'll look back out my west-facing window again to tell you, after a few unnerving moments in the past few minutes, things seem to be pretty calm again, except for this thick, black, billowing smoke that we see on the other side of the place.
John Holloman, take a breather. Stay safe. We'll be back to you, obviously, in the very near future. Jonathan?
Patrick, as the multinational attack on Iraq continues, let's go now to the country, to the city that Iraq has targeted for its own eventual attack, if one comes, and that is Israel and Tel Aviv, where CNN's Richard Roth is standing by. Richard?
Yes, Jonathan, Israel is breathing a little easier this morning, but officials are saying don't break out the wine yet. Iraqi missile batteries that may have been pointed at Israel, and specifically Tel Aviv, may have been destroyed, but authorities are calling on everyone to obey civil defense emergency procedures. Basically, the operational line right now in Israel is we're prepared for anything. But certainly Tel Aviv residents are very pleased to see the sun come up here. Saddam Hussein vowed to make Tel Aviv his first target should he get hit in Iraq by U.S.-led forces. But Israel is not involved in this conflict so far. CNN's Richard Blystone in Jerusalem has more on the reaction here in the Jewish state to the U.S.-led raid on Baghdad.
Most of Israel slept through it, as Saddam Hussein's threat to attack the Jewish state with missiles was violently contradicted. The lights of prime target Tel Aviv stayed on. An Iraqi ballistic missile wouldn't need them to find or lose its way. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, who promised the U.S. not to make a preemptive strike at the missile, had been informed an hour before Operation Desert Shield became Desert Storm. Essential personnel lugged their gas masks as they reported into the General Staff headquarters at Kinya Base in Tel Aviv. Go home, the radio told others. Stay home. Open the box. Get the mask ready. Israeli television came on the air to show everyone, once again, how to do it. Traffic all but disappeared from the streets of Jerusalem, but the sirens never sounded. In the Foreign Ministry's Situation Room in Jerusalem, the crisis team, glued to the television as an attack became more and more unlikely. Deputy Foreign Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pleased but cautious.
As you know, Israel is not involved in this conflict, but we follow the events very closely. We wish the American and coalition forces Godspeed and full success in achieving their mission, and we hope that they'll come home safely, all of them, and quickly.
In downtown Tel Aviv, nonchalance.
Nobody is worried about this, and we are very happy that they make that come in this situation to finish him quickly and shortly.
And a little early rejoicing. Defense Minister Moshe Aarons went on TV to say, don't rejoice too soon.
It's too early to say the danger to Israel has passed. We must continue to be alert and ready.
But, he said, it's a very good morning for Israel. A missile barrage from western Iraq, more than 300 miles away, had been considered a long shot in more ways than one. Israeli analysts thought at most a handful would get off the ground, and those with small payloads, and so inaccurate, it was said, that Jerusalem might be in no more danger than Amman, Jordan, 70 miles away. If that was an exaggeration, it never got put to the test. Jerusalem residents ventured, few and cautious, into the streets after daybreak, their gas masks still close at hand.
I just woke up and I turned on the radio and the TV. I heard. I make coffee for everybody. We sit, we're laughing, and that's it.
Police patrolled warily in Arab East Jerusalem, part of it under curfew, along with the occupied West Bank. Palestinians were still backing Saddam Hussein.
You know, we have to be with him. We don't have another choice.
In defeat, a kind of victory for Iraq's president that'll take more than bombs to blow away. The scores against Iraq's missiles are a relief politically as well as militarily. Israel had agreed to let the U.S. deal with them initially, but warned...
All right, we'll get back to Richard Blystone. Back to Baghdad, bombing taking place. Go ahead, John Holloman.
Patrick, I apologize for interrupting my colleague Dick Blystone in Jerusalem. We're hearing the same sound that we were hearing a few minutes ago, this rolling thunder of what we assume is incoming bombs coming from a direction which may well be to the west of our location in the middle of downtown Baghdad. And we're looking around for the source of it. We don't hear it right now, but while I was away, I was able to get a longer microphone cord so I can go over and perhaps a little better describe for you the smoke from some building which has obviously been hit in one of the most recent attacks. Out the window on the east side of our hotel, one of the hotel's power generators has been fired up. We can see that, so it may be that we're going to get some electricity from here. As I look out the window, I see thick plumes of black or grayish smoke coming from a building which may be as much as a mile away. My colleague Mark Biello is looking at this through a very good set of binoculars. Mark, can you see anything as far as the source of that smoke?
No, most of the smoke is hidden by a building in the front. There's some communication towers in front of it. My guess would be some kind of oil processing or oil refinery in the outskirts of Baghdad.
Yeah, we know that Baghdad has plenty of those, plenty of oil refineries. I'm going to stick my head out another window because you may be able to hear some of the sound. It's more sound coming from generally the same area where the smoke is coming from, which I guess is north from our location in the central city. And as Mark points out, it may well be an oil refinery because there is so much thick black smoke. Mixed in with some white smoke, so there might be something that combines oil and water, which gives you smoke that's this color. The smoke is coming out in such volume now that it's creating a pall over a big section of the sky. As I look out on downtown Baghdad from a different vantage point than you and I have had in the past, Patrick, I can tell you about some things that I wasn't able to tell you about before. The entire downtown section still seems totally unaffected by this. The buildings, the shrines, the Muslim holy places have not been touched at all by the incoming United States. And I see, I'm going to tell you about something that may get me in trouble with the Iraqi government, but I'll tell you anyway. I'm looking out at an anti-aircraft installation on a building near my location. I won't give you the direction on the compass because I'm sure that would get me in trouble. But the people at this installation are moving their gun barrels back and forth. They are searching the skies right now, attempting to find whatever aircraft are responsible for this thick black smoke that we're talking about, which may well be from a chemical plant or an oil refinery or some sort of industrial facility, because that black smoke continues to pour out even in daylight here in Baghdad. I can see from this location, I believe, the Tigris River, and I see nothing really unusual there on the river banks as we look out the window. It appears that the river has not been involved very much in what's happening here. And so the situation in Baghdad, which has been certainly remarkably testy for the past, I guess, nearly 12 hours now, is getting even more testy minute by minute as we continue to be hit with some sort of bombs and anti-aircraft fire at those bombs. Patrick?
John, we can talk more about the bombing that's going on, but if we've got a moment here, I wonder if you might just tell our viewers, we're thrilled here that all of you CNN folks have made it through the night. I wonder if you could tell us and try to give us a feeling of what it must be like to be in that hotel. I know, for one, I would be wondering when the 2,000 bomb would hit the 2,000-pound bomb would hit the roof. How did you feel through all of that?
If you're talking personal emotions, Patrick, I think that is what you're talking. We've all had to face up to this. We had a meeting of our staff last night to decide if we would all stay here or some of us would leave and go back. And our plan was to get on a charter plane, some of us today, and go back perhaps to Amman, Jordan. As it turns out, there probably won't be any charter flights today. We are here because our good night's sleep was interrupted by this first American Allied attack here on Baghdad. But the emotions, I mean, you look on the brightest side you can. We've considered every possible option that we can think of as a better place to be than this hotel. This hotel is the newest, thickest, best-built, most modern hotel, certainly in Baghdad. The problem with it is that it's in the center of the city, and if the coalition decided it was going to do a great deal of damage to the shrines in downtown Baghdad, to the big government buildings here, to the ministries, our hotel would be directly in the flight path. And in fact, last night, as this attack was going on, we could hear the fighter jets coming right over our hotel as they were on their way, and we were very pleased that they went somewhere else before they loosed the bombs and the bullets that they carried. But it's an emotional roller coaster. It's an up and down situation. Patrick, I know you want to talk more about feelings and things I'm seeing right now, but I must tell you, I see on the west side of Baghdad more smoke coming up from a building near one of the main water tanks for the city. The smoke is just about over now, but there was a huge puff of it a few moments ago, and now the smoke is beginning to dissipate. And out the window, I hear the pummeling of more bombs as we talk. But I'm surprised. I'll tell you a personal story, Patrick. I had no idea. I've never been in a war. Peter Arnett, my colleague, has spent much of his life in the Vietnam War, and he's used to covering things like this. And I didn't know how I would react. I guess I was, the options here last night when the bombing started were to stay here and try to cover the story, or to get into the hotel's fallout shelter, or the bomb shelter. We decided to stay here and do the best job we could of staying in touch. We felt it was a miracle that the microphone that I'm using to talk to you and the communication circuit it's hooked up to was allowed to stay, in operation through this whole night. The fact that it's still working, we still consider a miracle, and we'll continue to use it for all it's worth for as long as we can until the communication link gets cut. We have a couple backups that we might also try to use if this goes down, but this is obviously the most convenient way for us to talk. And as long as I can talk to you and hear from our other correspondents about what's going on, I have personally a much greater sense of personal security than I might if I didn't have access to this. I've got to, before I throw it back to you, Patrick, I've got to go to the window here and look out and just see if I can see some signs of the airplanes that are responsible for all the noise that I hear here. And I don't. I see birds in the sky. I hear these loud reports. I would describe them as being like the sounds from a battleship, the 26-inch guns on a battleship like the New Jersey. Well, there was anti-aircraft guns. You probably heard that. A little crack and pop, and I believe the anti-aircraft fire is much of what we're hearing right now. As I look out toward the south, or rather toward the north, I see the little downtown airstrip. It still seems to be okay. I don't see any signs really of much additional new smoke on the horizon, but it's eerie. It really is. It's going to be the words that describe this part of the war in the Gulf as far as seeing in Baghdad. You put your head out the window and you get this eerie feeling from everything around you. Patrick?
And do you also get a feeling of history, John? I don't want to sound melodramatic, but it can't escape coming to mind Edward R. Murrow somewhere in London telling the folks back home, this is London. Do you get that at all?
Sure, absolutely. It's not overpowering, but you do get a sense that in the past 25 years there hasn't been a battle like the battle that we were able to witness last night. And we know that last night there were 45 journalists, period, from the world in Baghdad, and CNN had 8 of them. And it makes us very proud of the company we work for and the people we serve, the folks who are watching this broadcast right now. So, yeah, we do have a sense of the history of what we're covering, certainly.
Tell me, John, also, you maybe go back over for some of our viewers, because of the word that you continue to use, eerie. You've seen taxi cabs driving in reverse. You've seen a few people walking around, and you've seen anti-aircraft installations being altered slightly in position.
Yeah, there are a lot of things like that, Patrick. I mean, everything in Baghdad doesn't fit the American mindset, I guess. The people here seem to disregard the prospect of death in a fiery war. The people seem, and I've interviewed hundreds of them in the couple of months I've been here, they seem to really believe it's okay to die in a war if your side is right, and they believe their side is right. They believe President Saddam Hussein is a great leader, and if he tells them to go and die for Kuwait, they're going to go and die for Kuwait. I talked to a mother with a baby at a bus station a couple of days ago. Baby's a beautiful little child, 9 months old, and his name is Haider. And I said, ma'am, if Haider were killed in this war with the United States, would it be worth it just for Kuwait? And she said, well, I'd hate to sacrifice my baby, but Kuwait is very important. I mean, they really believe that here, I think. I don't think they could be faking it, this many people over this many months. I think, it's in the mindset, and that's part of the strangeness. It's not like, if you and I were in a situation where there bombs coming. I don't know what it would take for us to be willing to defend, you know, and lay down our lives for something inanimate like a piece of ground with some oil in it. You know, it's not the way you and I react to things, and that's part of the eeriness. As I look out the window now, I hear one report, loud report, noise like a bomb after another. It's unnerving to me, and I'm seeing three women in traditional Muslim dress, like you see the women in Saudi Arabia wearing. They're walking down the street kind of nonchalantly, and their cars still going by as this happens. There's a soccer field across from my hotel. I don't see anybody playing soccer. I'm kind of pleased that at least the young children who would play outside on a normal day are not playing outside on a day like this, because anything could happen, of course. So that's part of the eeriness, and I mean, just you can come up with 100 examples. This is not like life where we live.
Well, John, you mentioned the feeling that the people have in Iraq, their determination and feeling that Kuwait is their 19th province, and you expressed the sentiment that we may not feel or have an understanding for it. The British division of that part of the world, would that be something like the British saying Florida is no longer yours some 40 years ago?
Yeah, I guess so, Patrick. You know, Information Minister Latif Jassim, a man I've come to know, I think, pretty well over the past few months that I've been here, has a line when you say, you know, why won't you give up Kuwait to avoid war? He says, well, why don't you give up California? And that's the way they look at it. I mean, they think that Kuwait is the same kind of part of their country as Florida or California is to the United States. So it's the kind of situation that they're committed to. I mean, there's some history that supports their point of view, and there's some other history that supports the point of view that the Al-Sabia family in Kuwait has, that, you know, Kuwait is theirs, and they've run it well, and the people are happy there, and all of that. So, you know, it's just a different point of view, and it's not like the point of view that you and I would have given perhaps identical circumstances.
John Holliman, hang on to the microphone. Stand by with us. We're going to Richard Roth now in Tel Aviv. Richard?
Yes, thank you. With me right now is the former Prime Minister, former Defense Minister of Israel, now a leading Labor Party official here, Yitzhak Rabin. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
A quick assessment of this U.S. raid on Iraq.
Well, first, allow me to express, I believe, the feeling of the people of Israel of respect and admiration for the courageous and daring decision by President Bush to use force, and no doubt great admiration for your people of the armed forces for the achievement they got in the first strike. I believe that the first strike was very successful, almost unbelievable. But you have to bear in mind, you don't win a war by the first strike. Unless there will be a continuation of your air activities to establish air supremacy, it will be very difficult to approach the next phase, the uprooting of the Iraqi forces from Kuwait.
Saddam Hussein was seen entering the television station in Baghdad, perhaps to record a speech. This man shows no sign of giving up. What do you make of that?
I believe that from the very beginning, Saddam Hussein knew that the United States will win air supremacy. He relies on the capability of his land forces to dig deep in the sands of Kuwait and to stay there. He believes that if he will succeed, regardless to the amount of destruction that will be made by the U.S. forces on the infrastructure of Iran, onto its air force, ground-to-ground missiles, if he'll continue to stick to Kuwait by his land forces for 2-3 weeks, he'll consider it to be a victory.
Any sign of a higher rate of incidents at all between your country and any Arab neighbors, any tension, any fallout from this U.S. raid so far?
No, I believe that as long as there will be no attacks by ground-to-ground missiles or planes by Iraq on Israel, there is no reason for Israel to do anything. And let's hope that there will be no possibility by the Iraqis to sneak 1 or 2 or 5 missiles, to use a mobile launcher and to fire them against Israel.
Is Israel in the clear yet?
Not yet. We don't believe that by a few hours you can destroy everything. Hopefully you did so, but we have to take into account the possibility that here and then one launcher, one missile has been hidden and might be used. Therefore, we'll wait another day or two before we will be in the clear.
The PLO has lumped Israel along in with the U.S. and Europe, calling this raid cowardly aggression. Are you very worried now about the focus shifting, should the U.S. put away Saddam in Iraq, shifting now to Israel and the calls for a Mideast peace conference and things like that?
Well, let's first see what will be the outcome of the struggle, the use of force, to bring about the uprooting of the Iraqi forces from Kuwait. Let's wait for that and don't pay any attention to Mr. Arafat. Anyhow, he ran away from Baghdad. He secured himself being in Tunisia or in Europe. He didn't stay with Saddam Hussein.
How serious did your country take the threats of Saddam Hussein to hit Tel Aviv, to make that his first target should the U.S. strike Iraq?
We took it very seriously. Hopefully that the U.S. forces have eliminated Saddam Hussein's capability to do it. We'll have to wait and see in the coming 1 or 2 days.
Okay, Yitzhak Rabin, thank you very much for joining us here, former Prime Minister of Israel and a leading Labor Party leader. This is Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
Richard, we're now going to go to U.S. pool video that's just come in from Saudi Arabia.
We're doing downtown. The SAM missile sites in town. Around the perimeter of the town. The perimeter of Baghdad. That's correct. And tell me again about the resistance that you ran into. Lots of ground fire, lots of AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery. And like I say, I think there was one SAM fire that I saw, but it was so far away and up through the smoke and haze, it was hard to make it out. So nothing came close to you? No, but that's the beauty of the system. We can stay far enough away that that's not going to be a problem for us, from the SAMs anyway. The bullets are the ones that scare me. Now you're going back, after breakfast. We got to go eat breakfast, look at the next mission, and get ready for the next go.
Did all the planes come back?
All 12 of mine came back, and to my knowledge, everybody got back.
When did you actually come back?
I'm sorry?
How long ago did you come back? He's got to head in.
What you're now seeing, of course, are pilots who've just returned from sorties over Iraqi positions. This is U.S. pool tape shot by American journalists and pooled, that is, shared among American news media. It is unedited, as you can see, but it has been cleared by U.S. military authorities, so you needn't worry that any sensitive information is being given away by this video.
Video from somewhere in Saudi Arabia, U.S. pool tape, weapons loading that has taken place, I am led to believe, between sorties. We're obviously seeing something being done during daylight hours, presumably for a next mission. We should clarify for viewers that there are three sources of video, at least right now, three sources of video that we are looking forward to in the immediate future. It's this unedited, or, well, not necessarily unedited, in this case unedited, U.S. pool tape So this is directed by Pentagon. You can shoot this, you can't shoot that. Then you have, this is the U.S., there's also British tape, an equivalent of this, a counterpart to this, very similar material. And then what we have not seen as yet is going to be actual Pentagon video, and that we're hoping for soon, and that we'll see some actual in-the-air video from aircraft as the aircraft approach targets in Iraq, the capital city of Baghdad. As we say, somewhere in Saudi Arabia is all we can say about this, because that's all we know about the location of this video for fairly obvious security reasons. Rather an awesome spectacle, though, when you imagine the firepower being loaded up here. And it was interesting talking with John Holloman, as he mentioned, speaking with an Iraqi citizen who...
Military commanders...
All right, well, we have...
Military commanders fully expected an Iraqi retaliation on this airbase. In fact, during the night, there were 2 air raid alerts. Iraqi missiles apparently were headed in this direction, but local officials said they fell short. I'm Jim Hickey with the television pool in the Persian Gulf.
All right, obviously
safety.
What we're watching here, unedited.
Military commanders fully expected an Iraqi...
Unedited tape as Jim Hickey, the pool reporter.
Fully expected an Iraqi retaliation on this airbase. In fact, there were 2 air raid alerts during the night.
All right, we'll come back to this videotape as soon as possible. Back to Baghdad. John Holloman, what have you for us? John Holloman.
I'm sorry, Patrick. If you were trying to reach me, I was talking to somebody else.
Oh, all right. I was led to believe that we needed to get back to you in a hurry,
Patrick,
John.
I'm always available to you, my friend. Let me do this. When last we spoke, I was able to look out the western side of our hotel. I haven't been able to look out the eastern side any further. Give me about a minute of your broadcast time, and I'll take a quick look and tell you what I see on the other side of this place. Just a moment. I'll make a quick run through the hotel. The atmosphere here, despite the fact there's no electricity, is beginning to get back to some sense of normalcy, I guess. The beds are still available, although I haven't seen one in a while. And let's see, I'll just look out the window. I see the same group of soldiers with anti-aircraft weapons that I saw before. I see, oh my goodness. Patrick, you'll remember, I told you when we looked out sort of the north side of our hotel, we saw some black and white mixed smoke a few minutes ago, and I thought that smoke was beginning to dissipate. It is not. There is something here. We don't know what kind of facility it is, and we'll be unable to find out for a while because we still don't have telephones, but there is this huge cloud of black smoke continuing to billow out of this facility, whatever it is. My guess, based on having covered many fires in my career earlier days, is could be an oil refinery, it could be a chemical factory, but it is something that has a great deal of flammable material in it, because this thing has been burning and putting out a huge, maybe quarter-mile wide cloud of smoke for more than half an hour, and it's burning, or the smoke is coming out in greater volume now than it was a half hour ago. So whatever it is, not only is it burning, it's burning more than it was before. And so that's the latest from Baghdad. We haven't heard any sounds of firing in the past few minutes, and every time there is no firing, that's a good sign for us, of course. Patrick?
John, as you described the scene, the black and white smoke and the possibilities of what that might be, can you tell us, after the days that you have spent there in advance of the attacks that you have witnessed, did you get a lay of the land? Are there some? Can you tell us about petroleum installations nearby and anything of that sort?
Well, I could, Patrick. I know a little bit about some of the installations. I'm concerned concerned a little bit just about letting everybody who is listening in on this conversation, both in the United States and in the Iraqi government, know exactly what we know at this point. I mean, there are refineries around the city of Baghdad. I'll tell you that. There are...
John, we'll be back to you. John, we've got to interrupt.
One kind or another. Excuse me. Go ahead, Pat.
We want to interrupt. We're looking now at some, again, we're back to this U.S. pool videotape. This is unedited material coming in to us. Pilots headed for their aircraft. And let's look upon the wings. Death Angels, we can read, see if we see armament.
We're breaking into that.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thought you might care to know the information that I have thus far. As you almost certainly will know, Allied forces attacked military targets in Iraq and Baghdad last night. The operation began just before midnight our time and is a very large and continuing operation. The attack was carried out by a four-nation force: United States forces, British forces, Saudi Arabian forces, and Kuwaiti forces. It was, of course, carried out under the authority of United Nations Resolution 678. Early indications are that it has been a very successful operation. I have just received an initial report this morning from the Secretary of State for Defense, Tom King, and from the Chief of the Defense Staff. I'm pleased to tell you that at the present time, I am not yet aware of any British casualties. We will provide further information on the detailed success of the operation at a later stage when that is available. Tom King will hold a press conference later on this morning, and I shall myself, of course, be making a statement to the House of Commons this afternoon. I know that everybody would share my feelings at the moment that our principal thoughts and prayers are with the troops who have been carrying out this operation and with their families who must be so concerned about the matter at home. Immense trouble has been taken, of course, to ensure that it is military targets that are the target of this attack, and an enormous amount of effort and care has gone into ensuring that there are the minimum possible number of civilian casualties. If I may, I will take what questions you may have and answer them insofar as I'm yet able.
Prime Minister, can I ask you first of all, would you consider a pause to allow for negotiations to take place?
No, this is an ongoing operation. If Saddam Hussein were prepared to start withdrawing from Kuwait, then that is a separate matter. But for the moment, this is an ongoing operation. I am not prepared to risk the potential lives of British forces, and I'm sure the other commanders feel the same, by a pause that would allow Saddam Hussein to regroup his forces and perhaps launch a substantial attack. I do not think that would be right, and I think the security of our forces must be a matter to which we will give overriding concern.
Prime Minister, can you tell us a little bit about your conversation with President Bush before this began? What was the sort of mood of the discussion that you had with him, and what was the format that you agreed, the context in which it would all work?
No one enters into an operation of this scale or of this nature lightly. I've had a considerable number of conversations with President Bush about the possibility of us needing to use force at the end of the deadline over a considerable period of time. The final decision that we would use force if Iraq did not remove themselves from Kuwait was taken very shortly after the conclusion of the House of Commons debate on Tuesday.
Prime Minister, do you honestly believe that you've used force as a last resort and that there was no other way of getting Saddam Hussein out?
Yes, that has been our position for a long time. Of course, the United Nations resolution was set some time ago with a particular deadline, so that there was no doubt that in international law there was a proper authority to use force after the expiry of the deadline on the 15th. I don't think Saddam Hussein could have been in any doubt at all from what has been said over recent weeks that at the expiry of that there was authority to use force and that we would find it necessary to do so to expel him from Kuwait. I am myself satisfied that that was necessary, and I hope this will be a speedy and successful operation.
Prime Minister, do you have any assessment at this stage of how long military action might have to continue?
No, there can be no assessment of that at this stage. We have some preliminary assessments of the damage that has been done, but we will need a considerable degree of extra information before we can be precisely clear about that. Thus far, the assessments are that a considerable amount of damage has been done, but they are very preliminary assessments, and we will have a good deal more information later.
When did you first hear about the attack?
I, of course, have known about the timing of the attack, as I said a few moments ago, from the consultations I had with President Bush at the conclusion of the House of Commons debate on Tuesday. I therefore was aware of the time the attack would take place.
How have you spent the night, and what are your feelings now that war has started?
No one wanted this conflict. No one can be pleased about the fact that this conflict has been necessary, and I regret that as much as anyone. I have been up throughout the night. We have had an open line to the White House, and there has been very considerable consultation throughout the night. I hope now that it is clear to Iraq that the scale of the Allied operation is such that they cannot win. I hope that Saddam Hussein will now make a very swift decision that he must do what he has been invited to do by the world community for a long time, that he should get out of Kuwait and enable this matter to end swiftly and decisively. I hope that he will do that.
Peace with yourself.
Prime Minister, could the war be over in a matter of days?
All right, the Prime Minister, Major, we are going back, though, from him to Baghdad. John Holloman, what have you got now?
Patrick, it's an exciting event a minute here, it seems like. I was just looking out the window with my producer, Robert Wiener, as we were talking about other things, and we heard a very loud, high-pitched roar. I said to Robert, what in the world was that? He said, I bet it was a jet. But the fact is, it went by so rapidly, we couldn't even see it. So something has just passed by our hotel at a very high rate of speed, and about 30 or 40 seconds after we heard the loud noise here, we began to hear some explosions at a distance several miles away from this hotel. So it could be that the two things were connected, that this was a fighter bomber of some kind that came in here with some ordnance that it dropped onto a rock someplace a distance away from downtown Baghdad, where we are standing looking out the window, I must say somewhat nervously at the present time. That's all I can tell you, Patrick. You know, Bernie Shaw and Peter Arnett and I were talking last night, and the fact is that this is the first time, CNN's presence in Baghdad is the first time that an American team of reporters has been able to cover a war in progress from the camp of the enemy. In previous wars, the American reporters have been with the American troops as a general rule, and occasionally would get to go to the enemy camp. This is a much different situation from that. We are here. We have been here. There's more anti-aircraft fire that we can hear outside our window right now, and we intend to be here for as long as it takes for us to bring as complete a representation of what is going on in Iraq as we can to our viewers. So, anyway, I'll let you get back to where you were before. I apologize for interrupting.
All right, John, let's talk briefly about, you talked about the loud roar, the whining roar that just passed by, probably, as you say, a jet. Maybe for any viewers who might be just joining us or are rejoining us after a few hours of sleep themselves, can you describe a little of what has taken place? We've had flights that would jam radar, then we've had bombing missions, and sort some of this out, if you can, and what that's been like.
Well, we continue to see things that we haven't seen before. My colleague Bernie Shaw, who's continuing to try to take a nap and can't do it with all these loud, disturbing noises, has just walked back into the room, Patrick. We've seen many things. We've seen an anti-aircraft installation which now has a spinning radar dish on top of it. It's in operation. We've seen bombing missions that have left what looks to be either a chemical plant or a refinery in flames with huge clouds of black smoke puffing out. We've discovered a communications tower in downtown Baghdad that has been damaged by a bombing attack that our engineer Nick Robertson. Bernie?
John, I was down in my room minding my own business, and it seems to me what's going on is a dichotomy, and I apologize to our viewers around the world
for having had no sleep in 2.5 days. Yeah, go ahead.
It seems to me that there is a dichotomy here, and what is happening, in my judgment, is that the local people, the Baghdadis, are saying, Saddam, you conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives. because when you hear these reports, when you feel these concussions and from the bombs that I felt, I've been trying to sleep, and sleep won't come. I cannot shut down my mind, and I wish I could. But it is clear that there is a dichotomy in Baghdad. It seems as if the people are saying to Saddam, you fight your war. We're going to carry on our lives.
But as we look out here at the fighting of this war, Bernie, we see very little Iraqi response to what seems to be continuing probes from the American or the coalition forces as they come through here. This incident just now where we had a jet, we're sure it was a jet, had to be a jet.
Oh, I heard it. It went swish. And ladies and gentlemen, I've been trying, I was sitting in my room a few moments ago, and I was trying to, how can we describe what it sounds like? First of all, you know it's happened after the fact. There's no way that you can see an F-15, an F-16 coming. There's no way. But after it has come and gone, you hear the anti-aircraft batteries going off. And what you hear in the background, before you even hear the anti-aircraft batteries, you hear boom, 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 boom. And as you hear that, is that the sound, John?
Absolutely.
That's the sound. And as you hear that boom, 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 you then feel the earth shake under your feet. And it is frightening. It is frightening. It is thunder, it is lightning, it is frightening. And what makes it even more eerie is that it is happening in daylight. That is what makes it more eerie. It is happening in daylight.
I never expected the coalition forces to attack in daylight because they've got a lot more security attacking at night. But obviously, or apparently, I won't say obviously, it appears that the coalition forces are so secure that in the air superiority that they have, that they just will attack with impunity. And another attack appears to be coming now. There's something going on the other side of the building, which Chris Krasmanich, our editor, suggested that we go and take a look at. So we're coming now. And Robert Wiener and Mark Biello are out here having a look. Robert, describe to me what you see, and I'll be able to look as our viewers get your word picture.
Well, we hear more than we actually see right now. There was some puffs of smoke, the anti-aircraft batteries out in the distance, and again, that rolling thunder that we've heard continually during the night, in which you and Bernie have been describing a moment ago. The battery on the building, which we are not permitted to name, has been at the ready. The gun has been swiveling, turning in various directions, looking for the planes.
And there are people running now on the grounds of where we are. It's a very frustrating, it has to be a very frustrating feeling for the Iraqis as the coalition forces conduct their military operations, because it is obvious, it is apparent, they cannot respond to what is being laid on them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is really hard for them.
Yeah, it's like a football game where one team is getting all the points. And at least that's the way it looks to us. I mean, the Iraqis may have a totally different point of view from this, but from our vantage point, that's what it looks like. The coalition forces are coming through here wave after wave after wave, and you don't even hear that much anti-aircraft fire anymore.
I still say, this is a dichotomy. It seems as if the common people of Baghdad are saying, Saddam Hussein, you conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives. And it's eerie. It is broad daylight, and these bombing raids continue on the outskirts of Baghdad.
And there's a group of 5 people there walking over to a place to get lunch. I mean, they're not running. They're just walking slowly.
As I say, these bombing raids are continued on the outskirts of Baghdad and on Baghdad proper, yet life is going on. It's as if, I hope I don't sound redundant, but there is a dichotomy of life here. It's as if the people are saying, Saddam, conduct your war. We're going to conduct our lives.
All right, Bernie, thanks very much. I'm going to poke my head out the window here for a moment, if I can, over cameraman Mark Biello, a man who has a great pair of binoculars who's helping spot for us here as we look over downtown Baghdad today. Still, that building with the huge clouds of smoke, the factory or industrial complex, whatever it is, it continues to burn.
As we look out in another direction to the south, I'll see what I can see to report to you. And there's not much there, really. It's I see a giant picture of Saddam Hussein, a poster painted on concrete. Virtually every place you look in Baghdad, you see those, and there's another one of them right here near our area.
I don't want to sound trite, and I hope we have not sounded trite in our reporting, but I'll be responsible for my observations and my remarks and attribute them to me. But I've said all along, when I sat back home in Tacoma Park, Maryland, and sat in Tacoma Station. Tacoma Station is a little jazz club, and it is dear to my heart. It's owned by a dear friend, and I hope the network won't mind my mentioning this, but it's germane to the point I'm trying to make. Bobby Boyd is the owner of Tacoma Station, and I've often sat watching the closing minutes of NFL football games, John Holloman, and I've always said, as I looked at the screen, I hope, or not I hope, I said, I wish, or I'm glad I do not have to make my living that way. Watching Joe Montana and Ripken of the Washington Redskins, obviously I'm very fond of them, even though my son likes the Chicago Bears. And all I can say is that, while I've said, I don't want to make my living that way, the way the NFL football players make their living. I would trade places with Mr. Ripken. I would trade places with Mr. Montana and other players in the NFL right now.
This is a little bit more dangerous, probably, than what they do day to day, Bernie. At least there's the appearance that it might be. And as we look out here on the city, it appears that things have gotten more calm.
I want to discuss something with you, John, that is much more serious than my wishing that I could trade places with the players in the NFL.
Yeah.
And please, guys, don't hold this against me for these remarks, but the remarks I just made. When I was in my room a few moments ago before I ran down the hall, it occurred to me, and I ask our viewers around the world to entertain this question. Push this question through your mind. Why is the government of Iraq allowing us to report what is happening here? And I will tell you, we did a conversation and interview with Walter Cronkite. I don't know how many hours ago it was. John Holloman, you tell me if you know.
It was before the bomb started, so I guess it was probably 7 or 8 hours ago, Bernie.
Okay, 7 or 8 hours ago. We did an interview with Walter Cronkite. He was reporting from his home in New York City. And we talked about what is happening. And Walter, I recall Walter talking about his cynical reporter's mind. As you know, my mind is virulently cynical.
Absolutely.
And the question you have to ask yourself is why? Why is the Iraqi government permitting CNN to report what is happening? You know what I think, John Holloman?
What, Bernie?
I think that what you are experiencing through our reporting of what is happening is support. Support and opposition. There's no doubt in my mind but that if they wanted to pull the plug on us,
well, they could do it instantly. They control these wires that we're talking to our viewers on. Absolutely.
They could do it instantly. Obviously, and this is a gross understatement, it chokes in my throat to even utter it. Saddam Hussein obviously is very busy right now. He's a man with a lot on his platter. But it seems to me that the government of Iraq is permitting us to report. They have indicated that they want us to report. They've even protected our people. Even Pete Arnett, when he was on the streets, he had troops around him while he reported. All I'm saying is that keep in the back of your mind the fact that we are able to come to you around the world and report what is happening as far as we can determine. And keep in mind, we don't know everything that's going on in Baghdad.
No.
There's no way we could possibly know. But that elements of the government of Saddam Hussein are allowing us to report out of here is significant. And frankly, I'm appreciative.
Well, I think, we can all appreciate the fact that we're being allowed, at least to a certain extent, to do our jobs. And Bernie, you'll be interested to know our engineer, Nick Robertson, was over at Iraqi television about, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, and he saw President Saddam Hussein walk into the television station. And we had heard that the president was going to record a message for the Iraqi people, and perhaps he was there to do that at the time that Nick saw him there.
The Iraqi people at this hour are very frightened. They have not heard from the president of their nation. They have heard clearly the reports of what is going on not only in Baghdad, but in Iraqi proper. You don't need word of mouth, ladies and gentlemen, at a time like this. It is clear that something major is happening. The ground is rumbling, and when human beings feel the ground rumbling, they know that something's up.
All right, very short. Thank you very much.
All right, thank both of you, Bernie and John. Let's go to Jonathan Mann. Jonathan?
Patrick, we're joined now in Israel by Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, thank you for joining us. Can you tell me, are Israel's armed forces still on that intense state of alert right now?
We are still in a state of preparation, both the military and, of course, the civilian rear. So far, nothing has happened. We're very happy that nothing has happened. But even though we're all watching, like the rest of the world, with appreciation, we're impressed with the early successes. We have our own experience with wars, and we know that it's, frankly, not over until it's over. So we're waiting.
Can you tell me, obviously, Jewish Israelis have to be very happy right now. There are also Arab Israelis and Palestinians who have different loyalties. The curfew, I imagine, is still imposed on the Palestinians in the occupied territories. What are you hearing about what's going on there now?
We had some minor disturbances. We don't have any major flare-ups. When you say curfew, you should remember that Israeli Jews, the citizens of Israel, are at home. They've been asked not to go out today either. So, first of all, this is a measure of protection. But secondly, we've also said to the Intifada leadership that takes its cue from the PLO. The PLO, as you know, just announced that it would embark on a global campaign of terror against America, siding with Saddam Hussein. We've said, look, if you do that against us, we will take action. But other than that, responsible or quiet, peace-loving civilians have nothing to worry about.
Benjamin Netanyahu, this is Bernard Shaw, CNN in Baghdad, and I apologize if I sound a little scruffy around the edges, but I've been up for approaching 2 days now, and I apologize for that if I sound scruffy around the edges.
Now, I say, Bernie, that Now, I say before you ask me that you don't sound scruffy at all, and that the CNN crew is deserving a lot of admiration. Believe me, everybody's watching you and admiring what you're doing.
Well, thank you very much, sir. I really appreciate that on behalf of every woman and man here at CNN. I have to ask you, from what I know and what I've studied, what I've read, what I've heard, and what's been told me, I have to ask you this question. Based on what is happening, what do you see Saddam Hussein doing? He's trying to come up on television and address his people. What do you see Saddam Hussein doing now?
I don't know. I can only guess because no one knows the mind of this man. No one knows how he allowed Iraq to be dragged into a confrontation with the greatest power on earth, with a sophisticated air force, with tremendous planes and pilots and electronics, both human and technological superiority of unquestionable character. How did he do it? We don't know. Why is he doing it now? We don't know. Perhaps he thinks he can be another Nasser, that is, turn defeat into victory. Maybe try to speak and incite the Arab masses. If he's betting on that, I think he's going to fail here as well.
Benjamin Netanyahu, Foreign Minister, Deputy Foreign Minister of Israel, I'm going to ask you this question, and it's going to put you on the spot. You know me. You and I have sat opposite each other having coffee, and we've had lunch, and we've had dinner, and we've sat opposite each other in the studio at CNN in Washington. I'm going to ask you this question, and please, I am not being maudlin. I'm trying to extract from you, for our viewers, a feeling. I don't know that, I'm sure a majority of our viewers do not know that you lost a brother, a member of your family, in the raid at Entebbe. And when you heard the United States informed your government 1 hour before this massive wave after wave bombing run went over us, I want to know, what do you think? What did you feel? Did you think of your brother? Did you think of Entebbe? What were your thoughts? And I ask you that question, sir. I totally respect you, but I ask you that question to try to get into your mind to see what was going on in the head of Benjamin Netanyahu.
I'm not going to discuss when we were notified, but when we did learn about the results, I can say very clearly that my first thought was relief, that the threat to Israel, the threat to my country, to my people, has been, if not removed, significantly reduced. And no, I was not thinking about my own personal history at that point, very frankly. I was thinking about the fact that we have had here moments of anxiety, and that in any war, one doesn't know in this country when you face the brink of disaster. We have fashioned here a capacity to defend ourselves against tremendous odds, and perhaps the world now understands what we've been facing. But one never knows, after all these preparations, after the superb intelligence that we have and the wonderful army that we have, one never knows if everything was done until it's actually tested. And when we saw the action, magnificent action, by the United States and its allies in this instance, then my first feeling was relief. It's all right. It's certainly not as bad as we thought. It may be even very good.
And may I apologize to you, Benjamin Netanyahu, for being so personal, but you know me, and I have to ask you what you feel down there in the solar plexus, and if you were in any way offended, I apologize, but you and I have always looked each other in the eye and talked face to face. One last question before you go. More than, well, I won't say that, cancel that, but based on all the Israeli intelligence on Saddam Hussein, if you had to go by what you know, what would be your prediction of his behavior from this point on? And as I speak to you, keep in mind that these raids are continuing here in Baghdad.
I don't know. I simply cannot make an assessment. I think this man has defied all reasonable expectations. And if one deals in unreasonable expectations, then everything is possible. One would hope that he would draw at this stage the appropriate conclusion and bring an end to the suffering of his own people. They're the ones who, as you eloquently described, are paying the price. They would like to see an end to it. I think everybody would like to see an end to it. But whether he wants to see an end to it, that I don't know. I really don't understand him fully.
Deputy Foreign Minister of the Nation of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
And Jonathan Mann, as we go to you, I have been thinking for the last 90 minutes or so about the Iraqi soldiers and the Iraqi military personnel who no doubt were in those command and control centers and anti-aircraft batteries that were struck by the warplanes that continue coming here and around Baghdad. Jonathan, to you.
Bernie, thanks very much. Take good care and stand by. We'll go now to Rick Salinger, standing by somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia. Rick, what are the latest developments at your end?
Just a few moments ago, a pair of British tornadoes went screaming off the runway into the sky from an airbase behind me, presumably towards Iraq and Kuwait. So the action at this hour certainly does continue. I spoke a moment ago with a captain in the U.S. Air Force, and I asked him if he could provide his feelings on this day when this big attack on Iraq, and he said actually they were mixed. On the one hand, he felt a feeling of regret that military action had to take place at all. But on the other hand, he had a feeling of satisfaction that the job they were doing was a good one, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. In fact, he told me, and we've seen planes doing victory rolls as they return to the bases where their mission began. In one mission so typical of many others that have taken place on this day, about 1:26 this morning from an air base somewhere in Saudi Arabia, pilots of the 35th Tactical Fighter Wing took off for their targets in Iraq. With their F-4 Wild Weasels accompanied by F-18s, A-6 Intruders, their targets Iraqi surface-to-air missiles in Iraq. They flew into Iraq expecting to meet with some anti-aircraft fire. They were, but they hit their targets and they returned unscathed. Within a matter of just a few hours, they were back on the ground from where they began. Once the pilots returned, they spoke of a mission accomplished.
Well, the biggest thing I saw was one of the most fantastic fireworks demonstrations I've seen since 4th of July party years and years and years ago. This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Looked like everything in downtown was, fireworks were going off, a lot of AAA, impacts on the ground. I think we hit there just about the time we're 40 miles south is when they're pounding targets in Baghdad.
What was your target?
We were shooting the SAMs who were trying to shoot at the guys who were doing what they were doing downtown.
The SAM missile sites in town?
Around the perimeter of the town.
Around the perimeter of Baghdad.
That's correct.
And tell me again about the resistance that you ran into?
Lots of ground fire, lots of AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery. And like I say, I think there was one SAM fired that I saw, but it was so far away and up through the smoke and haze, it was hard to make it out.
So nothing came close to you?
No, but that's the beauty of the system. We can stay far enough away that that's not going to be a problem for us, from the SAMs anyway. The bullets are the ones that scare me.
Now you're going back after breakfast.
We got to go eat breakfast, look at the next mission, and get ready for the next go.
Did all the planes come back?
All 12 of mine came back.
His story, typical of many others that have spoken on this day. The action seems to be all pretty much one-sided. During the night, it appeared that the Iraqis might want to hit back. In fact, here in eastern Saudi Arabia, not once but twice, we heard the air raid sirens go off. Members of the civilian population headed for the shelters, gas masks in hand, but each time, a short time later, the all clear was sounded. In fact, it turned out there were no Iraqi Scud missile attacks at all. So, all the military fighting seems to be going on in Iraq and Kuwait, not here in Saudi Arabia. John and Patrick?
Rick, what's your sense, what's the sense of the pilots you're talking to about how long this is going to last? It seems like they're doing very quick, easy work right now.
It does sound like it's quick and easy, and it does sound like it's going very well, but the one thing that they haven't spoken of is an end to it. In fact, long before this began, it was said that the air attacks would probably go on for some time, hoping that they might achieve a surrender through all the use of air power and might not have to use the ground forces where the casualties would be most likely to occur. So far, of course, that has not happened, and for the same token, we haven't heard of any talk of any end to this use of air power.
Rick Salinger in Saudi Arabia, thanks very much for that. We are going now to more unedited U.S. pool video that's coming in.
Did you have to go through many drills? Were you concerned about a possible retaliatory strike from Iraq?
No, like I say, we just come on duty, and all of a sudden we had a pilot, and boom, we was gone. I mean, there was no notice situation. No drills, no nothing. That's what we've been doing for years.
Well, how do you feel? You like these pilots you're running on empty?
Oh, no. We're fired up. We're ready to go. Just get it done and get it over with. Couldn't do it peacefully. Let's do it, I guess, the hard way, I guess they say.
All right, let's talk to you.
All right.
All right, what's your name?
My name is A1C Teal. I'm
A1, what's an A1?
Airman First Class.
Okay. And what does C stand for?
First Class.
What's your first name?
Robert.
Robert, and your last name is Teal?
Teal,
T-E-A-L. And you're from?
I'm from Virginia also.
That's the 71st Tactical Fighter Wing, right?
That's correct.
Squadron. All right. And what do you do?
I'm the assistant crew chief on this F-15 that just got launched out, and I do basically the same duties that the dedicated crew chief does.
All right. So tell me, how do you feel now that we're at war?
I'm pumped up. I felt that for a while I thought maybe the resolutions and stuff could work. Apparently they couldn't. I guess Mr. Hussein's going to have to learn the hard way.
Personally, I'm not asking you to speak for the Air Force or anyone else, but personally, do you think we should have waited?
I believe we waited as long as we could, did everything possible, gave it some last-minute tries. He didn't want to listen. He's going to have to be taught.
All right, tell me now, what is going to happen here?
Okay, we're going to bring the F-15 back in, we're going to turn it, we're going to get it shut down, check the jet out, make sure it's good to go, get the pilot out. If they want to send it back up, we'll get another pilot and launch him out again.
Okay, in your words, what's special about this particular F-15 that's returning?
It's mine. I take care of it.
Roger that.
Whatever the jet needs, it gets done. It's broke, I fix it.
Is there anything special about this, what this F-15 did last night?
It fired the first missile in first TAC fighter wing, and it also just showed that we're not going to stand around and let aggression go. It's got to be done.
All right, do you know anything, have any details about what has to be done as soon as this plane pulls into the revetment?
We'll bring him in, we'll turn him, we'll chalk the aircraft, we'll hook up and talk to the pilot. If he has anything to tell us, things that need to be done on the ground before we shut down, we'll do them. If not, we'll shut down, and that'll be that.
Do you feel any jitters right now, any butterflies about what's coming up?
A lot.
Tell me about it.
I'm kind of jittery. There's still the chemical question in my mind. Apparently, the news said that he did fire some this morning, but they fell short of their targets. That was a little bit to help out my worries, but still there's a worry there. We still got a big arsenal.
Okay, you heard the news that, on the news, that Iraq had fired some Scuds, but did you get any warning here yourself?
Yes, sir.
Were there sirens
we were
blaring?
We were just given over a radio that was carried around. There's enough radius for people to find out that there was a Scud alert.
And what did you do? I mean, how serious was this alert? What did you do after you heard it?
First reaction is to put your mask on, whether it's real case scenario or not. So I put my mask on.
All right, okay. So can you describe for me what happened when?
Oh, okay. I was in the hooch, laying down. They came in, told me it was a Scud alert. I had my mask laying next to my bed ready. I got up, put my mask on, waited for further instructions.
Well, that's about it. Okay, your name is?
Senior Airman Reed Logan.
And how do you spell your name?
L-O-G-A-N.
And you're with the 71st?
Yes, I'm with the 71st AMU 1st Tactical Fighter Wing.
All right.
And where are you from? I'm originally from New York, but I'm with Langley Air Force Base, Virginia.
Should tell me about what happened last night.
Well, I was on shift at the time, but we got woke up when all the jets cranked, and like I said, we launched out, and we were all pumped right from the beginning. We had a lot of good adrenaline going, and we knew they were going for a reason. We weren't just a regular launch. We knew that they were going in there to get Iraq.
When did you first realize that the United States was going to war?
This morning when they launched. It wasn't, like I said, it was a no-nonsense thing. They just come out, pilot showed, we launched, and we knew they were going. It wasn't a scheduled launch, it was just go.
And how did you feel when all that was going on?
I had big butterflies, the adrenaline was really going. I was feeling really hyped, I was ready to go. I was ready for anything.
Any second thoughts about what we have just done?
No, I don't think so. We gave them, like I said, all the chances we could. We gave them chances right up even till after the 15th. We told him, we'll give you every chance you can. If you want to pull out, please. He wouldn't do it, so we had to do what we had to do.
If you could make a wish right now about what may or may not happen in the next few days, what would it be?
Well, I wish that Iraq would, Mr. Hussein would realize that he doesn't have a chance here, and that he would just say, hey, we'll call quits. I'll leave. You guys can,
take off.
Sergeant, do you know what kind of punch these planes can deliver? What can they do?
These aircraft that we have, the F-15s, are air-to-air. The E-models, which are here, they're more the air-to-ground. We would just fly a defensive role. We would go up with bombers and stuff like that and escort the bombers in and, take out any air targets that were trying to get our bombers.
So you had strike aircraft here as well, the F-15Es?
No, just the C models.
Okay. First of all, what's your name and your rank?
I'm Lieutenant Colonel Don Klein, the 27th Tactical Fighter Squadron Commander.
Colonel, your name, can you spell your name for us, please?
K-L-I-N-E.
Colonel, first of all, tell us what happened last night.
Well, we got the execute order late yesterday afternoon, and we went through our mission planning and tried to get what sleep we could, and then got up early this morning, went and executed our mission.
And can you tell us something about what you did? Did you fly into Iraq? Did you escort a strike force? What did you do last night?
We flew into Iraq, and we did escort. We escorted a multinational force, and had the ability to go in there. I can't get into numbers of different type of aircraft or what targets were, anything like that. But we went in with a group of guys, and we got everybody out, and that was the most important thing to us. So our entire package got in and out, and we felt pretty happy about that.
Now, did you encounter any resistance?
We encountered a few airplanes coming up, nothing that really came close enough to us to deliver ordnance or anything. They were mainly coming up and going north. So they didn't come through to the south for us.
Colonel, why do you think that you didn't get any Iraqi planes coming up to intercept?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if probably we were just lucky at the time frame where we went. I think our president and all of our command just needs to be extremely congratulated for that. They did a great job at tactical deception. It worked out perfectly. We didn't even know when we were going or how we were going to go. So I think they did a tremendous thing with that. And that type of work only can save lives. And I'm just proud to, as Punch, to be a part of this.
Now, did you see the attack itself? Did you see the strike on the target? Can you tell us anything about that, what you saw?
I saw the attack, and it was awesome. There were a lot of bombs going off.
What did it look like? What did it look like? Can you describe it?
It looks a lot like, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display. It truly was.
Now, did you hear the pilots that you escorted, in the attack planes? Did they tell you anything about whether or not that they feel like they were on target?
No, we did not have the opportunity to discuss that. Frequencies are very busy, and that's something that you just don't even want to get out in the air. The big part is that the package is out. We get those kinds of words, and when they're coming outbound, then we feel pretty good. Nobody was down, and no beepers were going on guard or anything, so we felt pretty good that we got our package in and out.
Colonel, I'm assuming you guys are pretty well briefed on what you might encounter on your mission. Were you frightened at all when you were up in the air? Did you feel butterflies when you flew over Iraq?
You bet. You bet.
What did you feel?
It felt to me just like right before a big football game or something. I mean, you go to the bathroom 50, 60 times, and you can't do anything when you go. and you sit there and you try to go. You got the butterflies, you got the churn in your stomach. You don't know really what you're going to do. But it's just like a football game, too. Once you get airborne and you get the jet under you and you start feeling good, then you just start working your game plan, and it's just like a game there. First couple of plays of a big football game, you settle down, you feel a lot better.
When did you feel a little bit easier, like you were hitting your stride?
Well, probably on the way out. No, we felt good the entire time. When we first took off, and you can see we've got some weather here, and we had to find our tankers in the middle of the weather, and that wasn't a whole lot of fun. And once we found the tanker, and that worked out well, and got our gas, and then came over to our time to push into Iraq and everything, you start feeling pretty good and just start working it out at that point in time. For some reason, you lose your nervousness. When you look back at it, I don't know when I lost it. I just can't tell you, because you're just up there doing your job.
Colonel, what was your scariest moment up there?
I don't know. Probably the takeoff, I guess. I don't know. Scariest moment up there, we really did not have that much resistance to really get frightened. I would say that's a hard one to answer.
Well, how about, weren't you thinking at all perhaps about the possibility of surface-to-air missiles and that sort of resistance as opposed to interceptors?
You bet. And that hurts us a lot for the F-15 fighter. But we got up there, we got lit up by a couple of SAMs, but if they launched at us, they didn't come our way. So I don't assume they launched at us.
What does that mean, you got lit up?
Just with our electronic gear, it just lets us know that somebody's looking at you. RWR, it's a warning receiver type of thing.
But as far as you know, there were no SAMs launched at you?
Not that we know of.
And what about anti-aircraft fire? Any?
We saw some anti-aircraft fire. It was off from us quite a distance, 8 or 10 miles, so it wasn't to us. But you could see it coming up.
And you said the Iraqi planes that took off came up and then headed north?
It seemed to from where we were, and it just seemed that they were headed north. But there were other things going on, and they were probably being vectored towards other things. I don't know. I have no idea, really.
Were you surprised at how little resistance you met?
Yes, I really was. I was surprised with that. But, I mean, it's a brand new day, and the day's just dawning, and the Iraqis don't fly a whole lot at night, and that was a great way to begin this. And they don't do a lot of night flying, so we're into a day, and we're going to have to be extremely vigilant and keep our guard up as we go along with this thing. It's going to continue until it's done, and we need to be smart about it because, one good thing, you can't get overconfident. It's almost like scoring an early touchdown or something. You get overconfident, they can still beat you 38-6 or something.
How did you feel when you're finally pulling back in safely?
I felt pretty good. I felt good, really, when we crossed the fence coming out. That was a good feeling because we knew we were back inbound, and that's when you could sit back and relax.
A lot of people, analysts have been saying, the armchair journals have been saying that our Air Force could establish air superiority within 48 hours, maybe even less. You see anything up there to change your mind?
No, I don't. I think that we have got a tremendous Air Force only because of what our people have bought for us, and it's really their Air Force, which you have to understand that. And we have the best equipment in the world right now. And it's working out very, very well, and we've got some good stuff, and we're just proud to be able to employ it.
And I guess one last question from us. You're going to have to fly a lot more today?
I don't know. I don't think I am. That's a question gets into, so I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't.
Can we shoot? We need to shoot some.
We're watching here, of course, U.S. pool tape, interviews with Air Force ground technicians and most recently a pilot who have been involved in the sorties against Iraqi positions, all of them saying that they're nervous about the war being underway. They're proud at the same time about the results and eager for the whole thing to be over. A surprising remark from the gentleman we just heard from, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Don Klein. He said they encountered Iraqi jets only once, and the jets were flying away from them, flying north. Very little ground resistance. More pictures here once again from Saudi Arabia, from the airfield where these interviews have been taking place. From all of them, what we've heard earlier, very little resistance, no casualties that any of these men could tell us about, and nervousness that went away when all of them encountered the tremendous success that the multinational force has been finding so far in this air battle, a very one-sided air battle. Some ground fire coming, no response from the Iraqi Air Force, and just the vision below them of Christmas lights as their bombs met their targets in Iraq. A very relaxed group, obviously surprised and noticeably happy to find that there has been so little resistance, that the job they've been sent to do has so far gone so well. All of them saying the job isn't over. Defense Department officials say the attack is continuing, but once again, all of them delighted that this far at least, they've had better success, much better success than they've expected.
All right, that was the pilot we just saw being interviewed. I'm told that we're waiting right now on this unedited pool tape for a couple of more pilots. We'll get a perspective from them on the missions that they ran over Baghdad or possibly over other targets in Iraq as they flew north. Shots here of the pool reporter and
Patrick, we might just want to make clear here, we are seeing U.S. pool tape, and for that reason, we're seeing U.S. Air Force officers. Let's remind everyone that there were Saudi, Kuwaiti, and British Air Force officers and pilots involved in these sorties as well. And we should eventually be getting pictures and interviews and information about all of them, too.
How about one smile first? I like a taking a photograph, because I am going to take a freeze frame of it and then shoot the pole right back. Okay. Cheese. One.
All right, we will take the opportunity then to, as we're seeing the group shot here, to send back home of the pilots. Mikhail Gorbachev, we're looking forward to, among many more things to come as this coverage of the war in the Persian Gulf continues. We're looking forward to, at 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, an address by Mikhail Gorbachev. That will be coming up very shortly, if it shows up when it is supposed to.
And where are you from? Oklahoma. Where in Oklahoma? A lot of guys from Oklahoma working with NBC.
Okay. Osage County.
Osage County. Senior correspondent above me from Ponca City.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's on the border of Osage
your
County.
rank again?
Captain.
All right, man. Got down.
That's right.
Captain, tell me, what was your scariest moment last night?
It was pretty exciting as we crossed the border and we watched the ground fire coming up from Kuwait. We knew that we were out of their engagement envelopes, but nonetheless, watching the airburst below us was sobering, nonetheless.
What did it look like?
Exactly like the movies, to be real honest. The ground fire of the artillery coming up and the airburst below us was exciting.
Wasn't that frightening as opposed to exciting?
Well, the fact that we're engaged in the mission and we're very much wrapped up with what we're doing with our jet, traveling right at the speed of sound. And that initially, we watched the ground fire come up, and the first response was, gee, that's neat, and then the second response is, it's aimed at me. And then it became very realistic, and that's when the maneuvers and the chaff clouds were put out to protect ourselves.
Did you have to fire any of your missiles last night? What happened?
We had no adversaries that ever came to engage us. Those that did get airborne for preservation went north out of our way.
Do you think that they hightailed it north because they just didn't want to mix it up with you guys?
I think it was a preservation move. If they stayed on the ground, they would have been bombed, and had they flown in our direction, they would have been shot down. So it was their best move to go north.
What about, did we get that last one? Let me ask you that one more time, because you missed that on the audio. Why do you think these Iraqi planes hightailed it north?
It was a preservation move. Had they stayed on the ground, they would have been bombed, and had they come southbound into our force ship, they would have been shot down.
And how's it feel now that you're back?
Well, it's exciting to have one under my belt. Same adrenaline that a young hunter has on his first hunt, or a young athlete has after his first football game. It's now behind us, and we're ready to press on with the mission.
What did you feel when you first got your orders?
Mixed emotion, a little apprehension, a little fear, a lot of excitement. None of us are so, we have an element of discipline about us that we don't necessarily want to go out and wreak a lot of destruction, but yet we're trained for thousands of hours or many years of combat training to go out and do exactly what we did tonight.
Anyone else? How about?
Step in there, Rod.
Go ahead, John.
All right. Right there?
Okay, what's your name?
John Doucette, Captain.
Captain, how do you spell your last name?
D-O-U-C-E-T-T-E.
C-E-T-T-E. And what part of the state you from, Captain?
Virginia.
You know Big City Bob. You're from Oklahoma originally?
Yes, sir.
Whereabouts in Oklahoma?
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yeah, guys back to Peacock and love this. Why don't you tell me, can you describe as well, give me your description about what you saw last night once the attack commenced on your target? What did it look like?
It was, to look down low, there was sort of an undercast, so the light that came up was magnified by the undercast. Just to kind of echo Captain Drummond's sentiment about the AAA that came up, you could see that come up and the burst. By the same token, you could see the bomb burst underneath the undercast, and it kind of rippled underneath. To see those two actions going on at the same time was, you knew that one was aimed at you, and you knew the other was aimed at them, and yet it was all the same type of light rippling through the sky. It was really kind of a transition between the two forces. Kind of neat.
But what did you feel when you saw they coming at you?
Again, I have to echo Captain Drummond's sentiment. You stand there, you sit there, and you watch this stuff come up, and at some point you become comfortable almost with what you're doing because you're in your cockpit, and then you realize that this isn't the time to become comfortable with what you're doing because you've got stuff being aimed at you. And it kind of jogs you back into reality, and you go, that is aimed for me. I need to be looking at it a little bit better. So it kind of brings you back into reality real quick.
No, it does. How did you feel when you finally got through with the mission?
Well, you're on such an adrenaline high. Prior to the mission, there really wasn't much time for rest, and you probably couldn't have rested even if you wanted to. You're just so high. Going through the mission, you're running on adrenaline, basically. Coming off that mission, you're just flooded with an emotion of a sense of relief, a sense of, I've done it, first time's over with. It's kind of like...
two, generally they come in at all?
They may not discuss anything along that line. Tactics, rules of engagement, nothing like that.
I asked you what your most anxious moment was, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. It was, yeah, you did.
When did you breathe your first sigh of relief?
It truly wasn't until I was back down on the ground. The mission isn't over until it's over. And until you come back down on the ground and you go through your debrief, the mission is still going on. So until you get your feet back firmly on the ground, that's the point when you can go, okay, I'm done.
You guys are obviously pumped up with adrenaline. Is there any point where you, like reality sets in when maybe the adrenaline kind of recedes a bit, and then you realize, my God, I'm in real danger here?
It didn't happen on this mission. Ask me in another few missions, and I may have a different answer for you, but on this particular mission, there was no lack of adrenaline. There was no lack of impetus to make it all work out right and get back home. I don't think I'll ever become comfortable with the feeling of the fact that, you know, there's a possibility of, you know, endangering one's life, but this particular mission, I did not, I repeat, did not run out of adrenaline. I was gung-ho the whole way.
Any regrets? Any second thoughts about what...
I'm back on the ground. I've got no regrets. It went perfect.
Are you looking forward to doing it again?
Absolutely.
Now, can we get just a few?
I don't know what's on it yet. We get the commander over here. Let's go straight. Yeah, get over here. Sir, would you like to say a few words to your boys? Hey, perhaps read some of that calm. Get on the week for talking so much. Pushing that rope. It's team sport, sir. Team sport.
We've just seen some interviews and now some pictures, the men and machines of the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing that's come back from sorties over Iraqi positions. Men who are very surprised by the little resistance that they met, very delighted to have made it back with no casualties reported. More pictures there as the jets continue moving through the airfield. One of the airmen had an intriguing thought about why they met so little resistance. He suggested to the correspondent who interviewed him that if the Iraqi jets had stayed on the ground, they would have been bombed by the multinational force. If they'd gone into the skies to meet the multinational force, they would have been shot down. Instead, it appears they fled north so that they could come back and fight another day. This is just one airman's speculation, of course, but an interesting idea to explain a little bit about why they met so little resistance in the air and only from ground positions. Here we're seeing more of the airbase somewhere in eastern Saudi Arabia. Defense Department regulations prohibit us telling you more about where the airfield is located.
And you also pointed out, or I think wanted to point out, Jonathan, the AAA they keep referring to.
That's right. There's a lot of terminology here that will be unfamiliar to us and to a lot of our viewers anyway. The AAA is anti-aircraft artillery. Those are the 3 A's the pilots are talking about. So far, they've been saying that they have been encountering some resistance from the AAAs, but not very much.
Lots of talk about jitters, one of them characterizing it as something that you might experience right before a big football game. He says he feels a lot better, though, and that all of them expressing the same sentiment, that they're very happy to be back on the ground, but that the mission has gone extremely well. And some very interesting descriptions from the air of what they saw as the AAA was coming up and as the bombs were bursting below and in the air above the city of Baghdad.
Well, Patrick, if we're going to compare it to a football game, these men are really speaking and behaving very much like it's just half-time. They're very satisfied with the way things have gone, relieved that they've come back, but they're very conscious, and you can see it in their faces, that it's not over yet.
While we watch one of the jets taking off, we should point out right now we are looking for, I don't think we see as yet though, a taped message from Mikhail Gorbachev. We're looking for it. We don't see it as yet. We also have correspondence that we'll be going to shortly, but we want to stay with our unedited U.S. pool tape as we watch these, obviously taking off in daylight, a foggy day, but taking off on what would probably have been the second mission that we heard John Holloman and Bernard Shaw describing from the 14th floor where their location was in Baghdad. All right, we want to go now to an interesting bit of information for you. Saddam Hussein taped, apparently, a message that was carried on Radio Baghdad, Iraq's official news agency, carrying Saddam Hussein's letter to the Iraqi people, announcing the outbreak of war. Saddam Hussein describing the outbreak of hostilities as the, and we quote now, mother of all battles. Made no mention, though, of the success or otherwise of the Allied bombing runs against military and strategic targets within Iraq or in Kuwait. The letter that was read, at midnight, the treacherous have deceived, he said. The partner of evil, Bush, committed the great confrontation in the mother of all battles. He said that the Iraqis were expecting the Allied assault. The Iraqi leader expressed confidence that his forces would depose what he described as the dogs ruling the Gulf Arab states such as Saudi Arabia, and neutralize what he terms as the evil in the White House. Francis Hardin has been standing by at the State Department. We have been hearing nothing but good comments from pilots and also from other venues, Francis Hardin, about the apparent Allied success. What are you hearing at State at this hour?
Well, right now we're hearing some reaction to the comments by the British Prime Minister John Major. His brief speech a short time ago was further testimony to the strength of the U.S.-led coalition in the desert. Britain has been firm from the beginning, both under the former Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, under Desert Shield, and now under the new Prime Minister, John Major, under Desert Storm. One sign of the closeness of that alliance, Major said that he had been informed on Tuesday of the timing of the attack. And another sign, he says he has an open line to the White House. From Israel, we heard just a little while ago from the Foreign Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel, of course, is one of the United States' strongest allies. We are hearing gratitude from them. Israel, of course, had been extremely concerned because of Saddam Hussein's promise to attack Israel. Also, Israeli leaders were edgy and probably still are about the U.S.-led alliance, which includes Arab states, includes Saudis and Kuwaitis, of course, and in a sense, Syria, but Syria is on a kind of a standby basis. They say they will defend, but they will not attack. And from another...
All right, Francis, we've got to interrupt you. The Saddam message is coming in now. Let's go to it. I believe there's translation on it, or we're going to provide it.
This is Baghdad, the Broadcasting Corporation of the Masses, the great Iraqi people, ye great Iraqi people, ye sons of the great Arab nation, ye our sons in the brave armed forces, our Supreme Commander, the President Saddam Hussein, is appealing to the sons of our great people and our Arab nation and our armed forces. In the name of Allah, most merciful and compassionate. We said, fire, be cold and peaceful on Abraham, as God verily says in a quotation of the Quran. The great Iraqi people, the sons of our glorious nation, the brave in our courageous armed forces, people everywhere. Come on, stand up against evil. The infidels and their supporters and their allies. At 2:30 a.m. tonight, On the 16th of January, the treacherous foes and Bush, the Satan, has perpetrated his crime. He and the criminal Zionism. And the great battle has been initiated, the mother of all battles, between the triumphant truth with the support of God and the evil pushed by Satan, which will be beaten eventually, God willing. The brave, your sons and brothers in the Muslim faith, the sons of prophets, the faithful and the brave, who carried the torch and light of Islam and its guidance to all humanity. These sons of yours, they were bravely confronting the foes because God supported them and guided them, because there is a lot of faith in their breasts. The criminals are not ashamed of themselves, and that criminal, the traitor, the custodian of the two holy mosques and the traitor of the Islamic nation, who and his like, he means King Fahd, will rot in hell. He is a treacherous criminal, King Fahd. God is with us, dear brethren. God is always the patient, the steadfast, and he will support them in any case, with the gravity of the conflict and the steadfastness of the believers. Success will become possible, so that the whole nation will overthrow the thrones and the presidencies that have been traitors to it. These traitors will be overthrown after the defeat of the Satan in the White House, Bush. And in this poisonous hornet nest of confrontation, criminal Tel Aviv will also be beaten, and Palestine will be liberated, and its people will take their lands back, and the Golan Heights will be liberated, and the Arab individual will be liberated everywhere. As long as the oppressors and the unjust continue in their conflict, God make this fire falling on Iraqis to be peace and cold on those who are perpetrating jihad. God is great. God is great. God is great. Victory is there with the support of God, and the criminals will rot in hell. This is Baghdad.
Okay, that was the radio address that was carried. You heard the translation, of course. Saddam Hussein addressing his people. That was carried on Radio Baghdad earlier. It was interesting, I thought, at the outset of it, that we heard a jet actually going over. No idea whose jet. A jet, though, I distinctly heard the sound of a jet going overhead as that address began, exhorting his people, the sons and daughters of Iraq, to continue with their faith, and some very colorful language in there used by Saddam Hussein. Treacherous forces that were wreaking the fire upon them. Bush, the Satan. This was the mother of all battles that had been begun, but through it all, Saddam Hussein maintains that the truth will triumph against the evil. Faithful are carrying the torch of Islam. One might preclude at that again, trying to exhort a holy war, to jihad. In fact, the word jihad was used toward the end of the address. But here, you could suggest that he is trying to call together the Arab world and rather than standing alone in this, referring numerous times to the criminals, also the traitor, King Fahd, for at this point housing the Allied forces on airways. That the king will rot in hell, God is with us, poisonous hornet's nest, putting together Tel Aviv, and the Golan Heights will be taken back. All of this carried on Baghdad radio not all that long ago, with Saddam Hussein making that address, as I say, as what clearly sounded like a jet going overhead. We have been waiting for about 10 minutes now for Mikhail Gorbachev, who taped an address. And that will be, should be coming to us. We simply are waiting for it right now. And as soon as 15 minutes from now, I am told now that we can look forward to the Mikhail Gorbachev address to come in. So let's go now to Jonathan Mann.
Patrick, a war of words coming from Baghdad, also a much more real war of men and machines. For more now on the changing military situation, let's go to Jeff Levine standing by live at the Pentagon. Jeff?
Good morning, Jonathan. We understand from Pentagon officials we might be getting our first look at some combat video a bit later today. The warplanes involved in Desert Storm were all equipped with cameras to record their assaults. This material will be put together in the first phase in Saudi Arabia, will be satellited back here to the Pentagon. In fact, that's probably going on now. Pentagon officials will be going through a security review, of course, of that material, and ultimately they will provide the news media with a highlight reel. And as we say, we should be getting that a bit later today. Pentagon officials, of course, feel that they have a very positive story to tell. And earlier, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney painted a very positive picture.
I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
Now, sources in the Pentagon say that during the attacks, perhaps all of Iraq's 100 Air Force bases were damaged or destroyed. Among the other targets of the raids were chemical weapons facilities, nuclear weapons facilities, and, of course, the Scud missile sites. We don't know if there have been any Allied casualties at this time. We might find out more about that a bit later. There's going to be a briefing approximately 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time this morning here at the Pentagon, and we do hope that Secretary of Defense Cheney will be here, as well as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Colin Powell, and we'll, of course, have a fuller picture of what happened in Desert Storm later this morning. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Jeff Levine, let me bring this bit of information to our viewers now that we are getting from eastern Saudi Arabia. Multinational forces have destroyed apparently 2 air bases in Iraqi-occupied Kuwait. Iraqi troops, though, have been shelling the multinational forces on the Kuwait-Saudi border as of early Thursday. This is according to the Kuwaiti Ministry of Information. Iraqi artillery in Kuwait were shelling U.S.-led forces, according to the official, who added that some Iraqi troops have begun to actually surrender. And a quote here, "It is not too heavy, but I haven't got the complete information yet." This is again from the Information Ministry. He could not say whether the multinational forces were retaliating or whether the shelling was continuing, but this would certainly lead one to believe that we are now talking about some kind of ground activity, which would be a first bit of information on anything taking place on the ground. Thus far, it has all been an air campaign. The official had said earlier that the tanks were shelling one another. U.S. officials in Tehran, meanwhile, would not say whether there was any fighting in the border area, which means that they will not confirm any ground activity at this point. Back to the Kuwaiti minister, also said that Kuwaiti aircraft, Skyhawks, Mirage fighters, had been participating in the multinational attack as it went on. So we have what could be the first indication of something actually happening on the ground, involving ground forces, something other than airstrikes out of Saudi Arabia involving the 4 forces that have been described. Peter Arnett, we hope you've had a bit of a nap. Peter Arnett is awake and in Baghdad, and give us a picture right now, Peter.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, it's noon in Baghdad. It's 9.5 hours since the beginning of the massive bombing raids here on the city. You mentioned earlier when hearing the statement attributed to Saddam Hussein, read about 2:30 this morning, you'd heard a plane in the air and you wondered whose plane it was. Well, I'm pretty sure it was one of the many U.S. planes we heard. The Pentagon is saying that they knocked out all of the 530 aircraft of the Iraqi Air Force. I think that is pretty well true. U.S. planes own the skies, certainly over Baghdad, and they've been attacking with impunity. We've seen 3 bombing attacks in the last hour or so, but they are to the south and fairly distant, but they're clearly happening. The damage assessments are limited for us, too, because we're still here in the hotel, in the Al Rashid Hotel. We have not been permitted to move out in the city to any distance at this point. Not even very. No, I haven't been permitted to take cameras when we have gone. We can see in the distance what seems to be a chemical refinery or an oil refinery burning with black smoke. I do believe that the BBC is reporting that the Defense Ministry was hit by several bombs. But the skyline of Baghdad that we can see, the government monuments and the communications towers, are still standing today. Patrick?
Yes, Peter, I understand that you heard the Saddam Hussein address. I'm wondering any observations from you on what we heard. We just aired it here a short time ago on CNN.
I did just hear the actual text of the speech. I was not surprised at its content. In fact, Saddam Hussein was seen by one of our CNN staffers today, Nick Robinson, when Nick went over to the Iraqi TV station in Baghdad to try and get some kind of transmissions working to send video pictures. Saddam Hussein was there. Nick says that the leader looked grim and resolute. Now, in his address, Saddam Hussein did call for support from the world and from the Arab world, the world at large, to repel the aggressors. The language showed little hint of any timidity, and it seems that at this point he is sticking to his guns literally, and there is no sense of him backing down at all. We have had no word from that. There was an official Iraqi statement from the foreign ministry earlier, and it said that President Bush will regret the attack. The Americans and their allies will be taught a lesson. That's what they're saying here.
Peter, just as a sidelight here, did you also, when you heard it, and I'm wondering if we should just leave it as an observation, I heard a jet going overhead while that tape played. What do we make of that? Do you have any thoughts?
Well, I mentioned earlier, I guess you didn't pick it up, or maybe you didn't receive my comments, but I'm sure that jet you heard going over was an American jet, because from our observations, I don't think that any planes of the Iraqis seem to have gotten off the ground. We saw no dogfights in the sky, and I think it must have been an American plane going ahead. It's clear to us here that the attack, the massive airstrikes came as pretty much of a surprise to the Iraqis. The city had not been closed down. Lights were on in the streets. The sirens of warning came 15, 20 minutes after the actual raid started here. So I think the element of surprise was gained by the multinational forces in the opening of this war. Patrick?
All right, Peter Arnett, rested, we hope, somewhat after a long night as the initial surge of this attack got underway. Thank you. Jonathan?
Patrick, let's go now to Charles Bierbauer, who's standing by live at the White House. What can you tell us, Charles?
Well, Jonathan, President Bush, in his remarks from the Oval Office during the evening, pointed out that nothing had persuaded Saddam Hussein to change his ways. And in listening to this radio address that the Iraqi president has given a short time ago, it was certainly anything but submissive. Saddam Hussein took on everyone who is arrayed against him, starting with President Bush and working his way around his own country's perimeter, the Saudis, and of course raising again the issue of Palestine, saying that he would liberate Palestine and the Golan Heights, the Golan being the area of Syria that is held by the Israelis, still trying to drum up support from his fellow Arabs, obviously. The nature, the tenor of Saddam Hussein's remarks suggests that he's perfectly prepared to absorb this first strike and perhaps to continue absorbing aerial bombardment by the U.S. and its allies. That was certainly one of the scenarios which was anticipated by the Bush administration in trying to calculate just what would happen and what would have to be done to evict the Iraqis from Kuwait. Indeed, if we're now hearing reports of some ground fighting or some ground activity being conducted by the Iraqis, that would be the first of that. And in terms of actually moving Saddam's force, the bulk of his force is ground troops. That is what has been deemed likely to be the most costly in terms of effort and manpower to get those hundreds of thousands of Iraqis out of Kuwait. That's an element of the battle that has not yet been joined. Jonathan?
Charles, as you mentioned, the fighting really is going on, continuing on the ground, it would seem. What is happening at the White House? Is there any activity there to try and put out feelers to Iraq and see if maybe there has been a change of heart, if Saddam Hussein now feels differently now that he's seen the full might of the multinational force?
Well, there's no activity that we see. There is always activity in the deep recesses of the White House where the vigil never stops. The National Security Council is situated here and has what is known as the Situation Room, or SIT Room for short, where they keep an eye on things. The public areas and the official areas are pretty well shut down for the night. There's no one left in the press staff. There are a few of us press still lingering on here. The president is likely to have an early breakfast meeting. We understand that Secretaries Baker and Cheney, the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense, are due in around 7:30 for breakfast. We believe with the National Security Advisor, General Scowcroft, and probably the president joining in that too. That will be their first overnight assessment. It does take a bit of time to get a handle on just how much damage has been done, how effective these bombing runs have been. So certainly what we are hearing from the pilots coming back is that they feel they have been quite successful and certainly encountered no resistance. But again, the question is, what kind of resistance will there be on the ground?
Charles Bierbauer at the White House, thanks very much. Patrick?
All right, thank you, Jonathan. We have a guest we'd like to talk with briefly. David Bolton is the director of the Royal United Services Institution. I hope it's an institution or institute. It's a think tank of ex-servicemen, and he is an expert on military tactics. Welcome. I wonder if you might give us an initial assessment of what has happened over the last few hours.
Yes, I think there are 3 points that come to me. First of all, that tactical air surprise was certainly achieved by these magnificently coordinated attacks, the supremacy of high technology in going for a wide range of different targets. Secondly, that a firm indication of resolve of the international allied force to prosecute this war. And I think the third element is that by evidence of this, the aim must now be to prosecute that war as resolutely as possible in order both to minimize casualties and in order to win the peace, so that we keep that in mind. My final point, I think, is an initial reaction, is a sense of thankfulness that those who launched these attacks have returned safely.
We have had some reports that some Iraqi pilots were able to get off the ground but then flew directly north. Analyze that.
Well, I think that there could be two reasons for this. First of all, there is the sense of trying to safeguard their aircraft, particularly if launched, and by virtue of going for ground control systems, if they were air defense aircraft, they were not then being directed onto enemy, and therefore they were trying to see them in the dark and unable to do so. So the instinct of self-preservation overrode whatever control might have been occurring, and off they went. The other element is going back, I think, to the 73 Arab-Israeli war, that many of the Egyptians then flew south in order to protect their air force should it be required later. So those are the two possibilities, I think, in looking at that particular situation.
I am told that you have met a number of Iraqi military. Give us an idea, if you would, please, what is the mindset of the typical military in Iraq?
Oh, very difficult to define at this stage. You're talking about a country that has been under the most severest autocratic role for 22 years. where people dare not speak frankly one to the other. Montgomery's dictum that morale is the greatest single factor in modern war comes to mind. Now, there is talk that perhaps when there is confusion, and a great deal of confusion, this might embolden some close to Saddam Hussein to perhaps settle old scores and recognize what might occur if Saddam himself is not removed. So I think that in seeing this expression of resolve, the magnificence of the coordinated attacks and the might of Allied air power, this might encourage some of those and embolden them to remove Saddam Hussein from his position and bring peace to that part of the world more quickly. But we don't know, and it might well be that the scores are settled at a lower level.
Mr. Bolton, we've had some initial reports here that some Iraqi forces actually along the Kuwait-Saudi border have apparently actually surrendered at this point. I am wondering, could that turn into a snowball? And also, if Saddam Hussein were dead at this point, he's apparently very much alive because we just heard a radio address, but if he were dead, how fast would all of this fall apart? Or maybe it would not?
First, let's take the question of the units. The people who have been easing out over the border, you can't call it a flood, until now, have only numbered about 300 or 400 over the period of 5 months. The reason being, of course, because the retribution that could be exacted on them and their families is horrendous. Now, however, I come back to my point of morale, and if units are deserting, then this gives rise to suggestions that, faced with the prospect of war, that the so-called battle-hardened Iraqi soldiers are in fact battle-weary and battle-weakened and want no more of it, particularly when faced with the prospect of operations over a 24-hour period, perhaps even non-stop, and horrendous bombardments of modern technology being brought to bear upon them. Whether this reflects all units or only some of them, of course, is a matter of conjecture. It'd be interesting to see how effective the reports were that perhaps the Republican Guard, the elite of the Iraqi army, had been affected by the bombing. Some argue that they were actually targeted. On the question of what might happen post-Saddam, first of all, I think it is important that the war aims are explicit, that we, the Allies, are not seeking to destroy Iraq at all. It is a question of removing Saddam Hussein and his coterie. Under those circumstances, you could have officers loyal to the overall interest of Iraq that might exact a vengeance on Saddam, or it could be some from the Ba'ath Party, the Tikritis, who might seek to do so. If they do that, then one could feel that the reason for it might primarily be to save Iraq itself, and therefore they would seek to come to some arrangement very quickly to prevent any further carnage.
All right, hang on, if you would, please, David Bolton, because you have some interesting things to say, and we want to continue. Let's go briefly, though, to Jonathan Mann. Jonathan has some more information.
Patrick, we're going to go now to Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, and John Sweeney of CNN, who's standing by live. John?
Jonathan, CNN has learned a Saudi general scheduled to hold a briefing in an hour and a half or so will reveal details of an Iraqi rocket and artillery attack on oil storage facilities in the border town of Khafji. Now, this attack reportedly took place shortly after the air attack on Kuwait and Iraq. The Iraqis reportedly opened up with 120 millimeter artillery fire and rockets. It's reported that several storage tanks in the area were struck, and some are reportedly still on fire. There were no casualties reported, and the Saudi is expected to deny earlier broadcast reports that the Saudi army ran in the face of that artillery and rocket attack. Again, there were no casualties reported. A couple of those tanks, at least, are reportedly still on fire. Khafji, you may remember, is the border town between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, where many Kuwaiti refugees crossed into Saudi Arabia early on in this crisis. Jonathan?
John, we now have this report. Kuwaiti radio now says that Allied ground forces are moving towards Kuwait. Allied ground forces, we're learning now, are moving towards Kuwait. The latest report to come in, ABC Television is also reporting that a military air base outside of Baghdad has suffered a direct hit. The latest details coming in just now. Patrick?
All right, Jonathan, we have a guest, David Bolton, who is a military analyst and an expert, the director of the Royal United Services Institute, a think tank of ex-servicemen. And did you hear, Mr. Bolton, that we are getting a report now the ground forces are on their way toward Kuwait?
Yes, I think that is significant. It gives an indication that there is confidence of air supremacy, particularly localized and possibly extending right over Iraq. For those who know the area, incidentally, I would assume that the airfield near Baghdad is the old British base of Habaniyah. It's sad to think that that has been attacked or needed to be attacked, but thank heaven that it has been under these circumstances. I believe that we will now see pressure being exerted along a broad front, and that the Allies will be able to exploit whatever weaknesses might appear in the defenses, much as you have indicated by the possibility that some of the forward Iraqi forces lack resolution in defending their positions.
Well, now, Mr. Bolton, it is very interesting because so many analysts prior to this had said that the air campaign would go on for quite some time, and that we might even be talking days or even into weeks before any serious ground movement would take place. And yet here we are, approaching a little over, what, 9 plus some hours since the initial airstrikes over Baghdad, and we're getting reports of ground movement. What does this tell you, this telescoping, this compression?
I think that once initial air supremacy or superiority, even if it was localized, was achieved, the actions had to be concurrent and not consecutive. You don't take it piecemeal. It is important that you exert pressure across a wide front to ensure that you test morale and resolution, that you make sure that your tactical intelligence is refined, and you put the Iraqi forces and their command system and their logistic resupply under the utmost pressure. Mm-hmm. This can be achieved without necessarily risking tremendous casualties on one's own point, unless there is the possibility of a breakthrough, and then we will see some movement. Go on, yes?
There has been an awful lot of talk, again, prior to all of this, a lot of talk about the technological superiority of the Allied forces led by primarily the United States in this case, and but that the enemy should not be taken lightly, that it is, after all, the fourth largest army in the world, and that it would be a bloody battle. Why are we seeing what we are seeing thus far? Very little resistance, and as we say, a speeding up of the schedule for ground forces.
I think that there are two reactions to that. First of all, there has been a great deal of speculation about what might or might not happen. I would hope that we no longer try to second-guess the commanders on the spot. Secondly, I think that it is early days yet. There is still 500,000 men or more on either side, perhaps going to be enjoined in battle. That is horrendous in the type of violence that might yet still be forthcoming. The military dictum, of course, is that one plans for the worst and hopes for the best. And I believe that we are seeing that perhaps, at least in the early stages, the technology is, in the battle of high technology on the part of the Allied forces, set against the mass of the Iraqi forces that, at least initially, high technology seems to be winning. We hope that higher training, higher resolve, higher morale will prevail in the end.
Thank you, David Bolton, insightful and educating of the Royal United Services Institute in London. Thank you for joining us tonight, sir.
Thank you.
Jonathan?
Patrick, we now have the taped message from Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev.
Американские вооруженные силы совместно с войсковыми частями Великобритании, Саудовской Аравии и других государств нанесли удары по военным, промышленным,
on military and some industrial objects in Iraq,
иракских вооруженных сил.
on the locations of the Iraqi forces. Such a tragic turn was provoked by Iraqi leadership's refusal to follow the demands of the world community and withdraw its forces from Iraq, from Kuwait. In the beginning of the Iraqi aggression, the Soviet Union did all it could to solve an acute international conflict by peaceful means. To the very last minute, we took energetic effort in order to prevent the war by political means to get independence back to Kuwait. Having gotten about an hour in advance from Mr. Baker the report on the decisions they made, I put the proposal before President Bush to take additional measures through the direct contact with Saddam Hussein to get an unpostponable announcement of Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. At the same time, I ordered our ambassador in Baghdad to get in touch with the president of Iraq and let him know about my talk with George Bush, and let him know that in the interest of Iraqi people, in the interest of peace in the region, let him announce that he is ready to withdraw from Kuwait. That would let avert war and save Iraq great losses and devastation. I expressed hope that being judged by the high interest by the people, Saddam Hussein would follow that only saving step. That same night, we also appealed to the leaders of many influential countries, including France, China, Great Britain, Germany, India, Italy, to the heads of most Arabic states, to take combined efforts to localize the conflict and prevent it from spreading. Realizing what consequences for the Arabic people, for American people, for the whole international situation, what losses it can bring, we express our deep sorrow that the military confrontation could not be averted. So I'm ready to emphasize one more time, we did everything possible to avert the conflict. I want to inform you that among the Soviet people who are still in Iraq, there's been no casualties. The Soviet people can be sure that the Soviet leadership will take all measures to stop war as soon as possible, and it'll go on cooperating with other countries and the United Nations.
There we have Mikhail Gorbachev issuing a statement, his regret about the outbreak of war in the Middle East. at a time when his own country is very close, or moving ever closer, to civil war. Standing by to tell us more about the situation in Moscow and the situation in Moscow for the Middle East is CNN Bureau Chief there, Steve Hurst. Steve?
Yes, Jonathan. No real surprises in what Mr. Gorbachev had to say. It was interesting to hear him say that he had been contacted by the White House about an hour before the operation began, if we understood him correctly, and that he had asked the White House to make one last effort to avoid conflict. He didn't say what the White House answer was, but obviously the answer was we're not waiting any longer. He also said that he was going to make every effort through diplomatic channels to localize the conflict, as he put it, and he told his Soviet audience that among the Soviet people, I'm quoting him here, still in Iraq, there were no casualties. He ended his very, very brief remarks saying that he would do everything personally to take all measures to stop the war as soon as he could. Jonathan?
Steve, let me ask you this. Of course, there's a lot going on in Lithuania right now. There's a lot going on all through the Soviet Union. How much is this a sideshow to Gorbachev, given the problems he has to face domestically?
Well, it's very much a sideshow, but also Mr. Gorbachev knows that if the world becomes embroiled in a larger conflict, that it's going to have very direct consequences on the Soviet Union, particularly in the economy. The Soviets are already having great problems with their oil industry, unable to meet demands when they could have been reaping a windfall in this Persian Gulf crisis. At the same time, I think that being a bit cynical, we see Mr. Gorbachev and his military using the world's focus on the Persian Gulf as a smokescreen to carry out some rather draconian steps against Lithuania right now. The other Baltic republics and some of the other breakaway republics are fearing that they might be next with the world's attention turned to a war in the Persian Gulf.
Well, what is going to happen next, do you think? Not to shift our attention too far away, but the world, certainly here in the United States, people have been concentrating so much on the Gulf that they do seem, in fact, to be not noticing or forgetting all of what's going on in Lithuania. What is the next step for Gorbachev there? Is the smokescreen going to allow him to crack down ever harder?
Well, I think it depends very much, Jonathan, on how long this war lasts. If our attention is glued on Iraq with these riveting reports by CNN correspondents out of Baghdad much longer, I think that Mr. Gorbachev can move without the world paying much attention. If that doesn't last that long, I think that the world attention will go back, at least partially, to events in Lithuania, the Baltics, and the other breakaway republics. So I suppose what I'm saying is if he is going to use this as a true smokescreen and is going to take those draconian measures he seems to be threatening, I think that he will do it very quickly, knowing, as we all know, that this war is moving very quickly.
CNN Moscow Bureau Chief Steve Hurst, thanks very much. Pat?
All right, Jonathan, a couple of items to bring you up to date on. Out of London this word, Iraqi artillery has attacked an oil refinery on the Gulf Coast in Saudi Arabia. This is according to BBC reports, citing British military sources in Riyadh as a source for their information. BBC reporters saying that there are unconfirmed reports that U.S. forces, including Cobra helicopters, Harrier attack aircraft, those are the jets that fly very much like a helicopter, where they can literally stop in midair and drop down like a helicopter onto the ground, and A-10 tank busters were retaliating against an attack. Morale among Allied forces in the Gulf region said to be high, according to the BBC reporter here. Kuwaiti official earlier had said that the Allied forces had destroyed the only two Iraqi air bases in occupied Kuwait, and that Iraq was shelling the multinational forces on the Kuwait-Saudi border. Also, new information coming to us that Iraqi soldiers are apparently removing their uniforms and putting on civilian clothes. We have some reports of desertion from the ranks of the Kuwaiti or the Iraqi forces. Also, this story, Iraq said on Thursday that it had shot down 14 Allied planes raiding Kuwait and Iraq. The statement by the Iraqi military command is quoting Baghdad radio, saying that the planes were downed in the dogfights that they say took place with Iraqi planes or by anti-aircraft fire, the AAA that we heard referred to by some of the pilots in the unedited U.S. tape. Quoting, "Our brave Eagles pilots and air defense men have so far shot down 14 enemy planes of various kinds." That's a quote. This is hinting also that the presidential palace Saddam Hussein lived in was targeted by the Allies. The statement says that among the planes hit were three of them shot down by the Presidential Guard in Baghdad. We have not had a report from our correspondents in Baghdad on this, so we cannot by any stretch of the imagination confirm such a report. We will certainly put the question to them the next time we talk with them, which will be soon. Right now, though, we want to talk with Richard Blystone, who is in Jerusalem, and get a perspective from that vantage point now. Richard.
Patrick, life is slowly returning to normal here in Jerusalem. People are venturing out in the streets in greater and greater numbers. Stores have been opening as we approach the noon hour, and the traffic, unfortunately, is returning to normal. The threat the Israelis seem to feel has diminished, if it is not gone altogether. There is something else that keeps the Israelis worried, and that's the threat of intensified uprisings in East Jerusalem and the occupied territories. There are curfews in effect there. And I wonder, Patrick, since I am on one end of the Middle East spectrum, if I might talk with my old colleague Peter Arnett in Baghdad. He and I served together in another war for another organization.
Bly, if that was a question to me, could you repeat it? I was going over my notes and just didn't pick it up. I'm sorry.
Well, Peter, I think one thing that, of course, it makes us very curious is have you heard anything or do you have anything to substantiate this report, apparently on Baghdad radio, that 14 Allied jets have been shot down?
Well, it's the first news we've had of that. Of course, the planes, many of them were flying very high, and there was an enormous amount of anti-aircraft flak going into the sky. I saw what I think were several surface-to-air missiles. There was lots of this AAA anti-aircraft artillery going up there. Now, a European who was with the peace group, who was at a camp near the presidential palace, has just told us that there was enormous anti-aircraft fire from the presidential palace, but he didn't see anything that looked like a hit on a plane. Sorry, I can't help you anymore on that, Bly, but there was a lot of shooting from Baghdad up into the sky during today.
Thanks, Peter. But one thing that has piqued my curiosity, hearing John Hulleman and Bernie Shaw use the term rolling thunder to those who covered the Vietnam War, that has a very specific and a very remarkable meaning. Maybe you would want to tell our viewers, as one who has seen more of them than most people, what rolling thunder means.
Well, rolling thunder, in my recollection, was the air campaign against North Vietnam. It was rolling thunder. It was escalated as the years went by. The idea was to intimidate the North Vietnamese leadership into pulling out of the war in the South and basically signing a peace agreement. I made the comment earlier this morning during the massive raids on Baghdad and raids that we'd heard were taking all over the country that they seemed to me more like the massive raids at the end of the Vietnam War in 1972 on Hanoi and other targets, which essentially ended the Vietnam War. And I pointed out that this was at the beginning of this particular conflict, so there was no rolling thunder here. It just came all at once, Bly.
Yeah, I think there are probably very few people in the West who have ever been on the ground when one of these saturation bombing attacks takes place. In the early 70s, I had the chance to interview some Viet Cong and North Vietnamese prisoners who'd been in bunkers and had it happen to them several times, and they said it was horrible. I remember that one of them described being caught in what the Air Force called an arc-light strike, a massive strike of B-52 bombers, as being like dead for 3 minutes. He said that people went out of their minds with fear. Their chests were crushed by the concussion.
Yes, well, that's it. When I heard, Bly, that there were several divisions of the Republican Guard, the elite divisions, decimated, according to the Pentagon, in Kuwait, and possibly by B-52s. I remember when I was at Khe Sanh, in the besieged Marine base in Khe Sanh, west of Hue, and which was surrounded by reportedly 40,000 to 60,000 North Vietnamese tough troops, and the B-52 strikes came in day after day, and they just churned up the ground to great depths, and after several weeks just stopped that attack cold and killed thousands of North Vietnamese. I would not have wanted to be anywhere near Kuwait when those B-52s, if indeed they did, were bombing in the early hours of this morning those men on the sands.
They were certainly a visual spectacular for those who were lucky enough to be far away. I'm also reminded today, Peter, that I believe, just as I was leaving you, regrettably, last Saturday, by the way, my heart has been bleeding for all you in Baghdad since I left until late last night when I started eating my heart out. Just before I left, I believe I was told by one of you that you'd been to see a high-ranking Iraqi official talking about logistics if wartime came, and that he said, oh, they'll never reach Baghdad. That has turned out to be manifestly short-sighted. How are the Iraqis talking now, those who you've been able to talk with? Do they admit that they were short-sighted?
Bly, you're right. You've been here much longer than I have in the last few years, and the Iraqis are talking at the official level, of course. It is belligerent talk with the president saying this is the mother of all battles, which has started and the victory is near, and the foreign ministry saying that President Bush will regret the attack, etc., etc. The officials we come into contact during the day, the middle-level officials, the foreign ministry, the information ministry, they have been fairly scarce today. But one of them did tell one of my colleagues, he admitted that, quote, this is serious, unquote. And here in Iraq, for an official to mention that an event is serious, that is in this context, means that they are shaken by it. I've had the impression in the days that I've been here, there's been increasing tension and realization amongst members of the government that President Bush, the multinational forces, indeed the world, was serious about its demands that Iraq leave from Kuwait, and they've had ample evidence in the last 10.5 hours now that these threats, these intentions have been realized with their full force, Bly.
Yeah, I must say that I have been amazed, even having been there so recently, at the kind of latitude and the kind of freedom you all have had to report, where our correspondents in Saudi Arabia, our correspondents here in Israel, of course, have censorship and other limitations put on them. I remember very well the 6 weeks I put in Iraq at the beginning of the Iran-Iraq war. Of course, Iraq went into that one very confident that it was going to win, and very soon found out that it was going to have a very difficult time. The correspondents in those days were almost jailed in the hotel, given very little help. And on one occasion, I asked an information officer about the name that the Iraqis were using for this battle against the Iranians, this war against the Iranians. They were calling it the Qadisiyah, after a battle, I think, some 7 centuries ago, in which Arabs beat Persians. And the information officer then said, well, I don't think I can tell you that. Even a historical question he was not ready to answer. So you're a little bit lucky.
I'm reluctant to query authorities too deeply on this phenomenon of continued communications out of here. I think it is a gesture to the communications phenomenon in the world that every country wants its say. It wants its story across. And CNN, we're in the unique position of being able to communicate from most countries in the world. So we basically, in our coverage, help to tell their story. We also give our own observations, as we've been doing in the last 10 hours, that maybe the government realizes that we are a vehicle for them to put their viewpoint across, and I believe that all sides of these stories should be told, and let's hope they continue to maybe see it that way, Bly.
Well, Peter, keep up that tremendous work, and the very best to all of you over there. I'll sign off now. Maybe we can talk again later. In the meantime, I'm Richard Blystone, reporting live from CNN in Jerusalem, and back to you, Atlanta.
Richard in Jerusalem, Peter in Baghdad, take care of yourselves and stick around. We'll be coming back to you later. But while we've been talking and reflecting on some of those interesting thoughts you've raised, the military activity has, of course, been continuing, and so has business activity around the world. Let's go now to Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York. Stuart?
Well, Jonathan, so far, the oil market clearly likes the early results of the war. Britain's North Sea crude oil, trading in London, has fallen dramatically in price. It's down $5.50 a barrel, back at $23.50, and that, by the way, is below the price before the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait. More on the oil market, closer to home this time. American oil companies, Mobil, Chevron, Arco, and Conoco, announcing they will freeze wholesale prices of gasoline. Mobil for the indefinite future, Chevron and Arco for at least 7 days. That's an effort to discourage panic buying and speculation. Now, stocks around the world clearly buoyed by the apparent success of the initial airstrikes. The Tokyo stock market had its 10th best day ever, up 4% with a gain of over 1,000 points on the Nikkei average. Other Pacific Rim stock markets took their cue from Tokyo. Hong Kong's market gained 3% overnight. Sydney in Australia, the market there gained also about 3%. Singapore really soared. It virtually took off with a gain of 5% overnight. The London stock market just opening, actually it's been open now for about an hour and a half. It is up 33 points on the FT 100, and other European markets are also opening sharply higher. The Paris Bourse, for example, gained 6% of the opening bell, and the Frankfurt market gained 5.5%. Massive gains for stocks so far today. Treasury bond prices also trade in London, and they are sharply higher. The 30-year bellwether U.S. government bond is up nearly 2 points. That's a massive gain on the credit markets. The yield all the way down to 8.22%. War news, though, pushing the dollar lower against all the major currencies around the world. At the moment, the dollar is down about 3 yen. It's down 2 pfennigs against the German mark and down about 2.5 cents against the British pound. We will have more financial news as it develops. Until then, I'm Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York.
For a wrap-up on events thus far in the war in the Gulf region, CNN's Charles Crawford.
As the Pentagon released the first video of last-minute preparations for Operation Desert Storm, a second strike by U.S. warplanes hit the Iraqi capital.
It's happened once at night. Now it's daytime. It's very foggy outside. And I'm going to let you hear the sounds as I hear them out the window.
The daylight strike over Baghdad and attacks that followed apparently were less destructive than the initial raid. But they appeared to bolster the Pentagon claim that Iraqi air defenses were knocked out by the first wave of fighters and bombers. The Pentagon says about 100 Iraqi air bases now have been rendered useless. Also destroyed, Iraqi Scud and Al-Hussein missiles that could have posed a threat to Allied forces in Saudi Arabia and Israel. CNN correspondents in Baghdad say the strikes in the Iraqi capital were precisely targeted.
We can see intact all of the important shrines, the monuments, the buildings that are so important to Baghdad.
The only Iraqi response so far has been verbal, not military. Saddam Hussein, alive in the Iraqi capital, vowed on Iraqi radio to strike back twice as hard at the U.S.-led alliance. But if Pentagon reports are true, President Hussein may have lost another key retaliatory weapon, the elite Republican Guard. The force that carried out the August 2nd invasion of Kuwait is said to have taken substantial losses in the first attack. However, Kuwait remains in Iraqi hands. The apparent success of the early hours of Operation Desert Storm has failed to win over many of the U.S. citizens opposed to the Persian Gulf policy. Raucous anti-war rallies erupted in several California cities, including San Francisco. The State Highway Patrol was forced to issue an advisory telling motorists not to travel to the Bay City. Charles Crawford, CNN, reporting.
Hello, everyone. I'm Molly McCoy.
And I'm Rick Moores. Our coverage of the war in the Persian Gulf continues. Fast, furious, and frequent. And we have a story just in that if you can follow with me, we will be reporting this from the wire services. There is no confirmation at this point, but Baghdad Radio is reporting that Iraqi anti-aircraft units shot down 14 attacking warplanes during this morning's raids by U.S.-led forces. So far, the Pentagon has not released any information on possible downing of U.S. planes. There is also no word from the Pentagon of casualties. Molly?
CNN's Peter Arnett is, of course, in Baghdad. He's been reporting on the conflict there ever since it began. Peter, can you clarify perhaps this report just repeated by Rick Moore, and what can you tell us about the situation in Baghdad at this hour?
Well, just as we speak, Molly, the U.S. planes are flying over the city. They're not bombing at this immediate moment, but we can't see them, but we can hear their jet noises. Just a few seconds before that, we heard a series of bombings, runs. There must have been 15, 20 explosions, possibly 10 or 15 miles away from downtown Baghdad where we are. Since about 11 o'clock, there's been just a series of renewed bombing raids. This is probably the fourth or fifth. Now, it did start here. The time here is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The raids did start on Baghdad at 2:30 in the morning Baghdad time, and there was a break for about 5 hours. But they have resumed again, and damage that we can confirm in the city. There's an oil refinery in the Tigris River on an island that has been pretty much destroyed. There is a chemical plant, or maybe it looks like a chemical plant in the distance that has been burning for some time. And the BBC is reporting, and we can't confirm it, that the Defense Ministry has taken 3 direct hits. But I can tell you there is a lot of activity in the sky here, and the U.S. owns the sky. There is no resistance at this point from any Iraqi planes. Even anti-aircraft seems to be diminished, anti-aircraft fire. So the war is certainly still on over Baghdad, Molly.
Count for us again. How many rounds of Allied forces attacking Baghdad have you counted so far?
That is difficult to estimate because we hear planes come in, we hear bombing, but it has to be in the dozens at this point. Where it seems to be 3, 5 planes coming in. We've had one plane flew over the hotel earlier. But what is happening here is that it's just not, it's the outskirts of Baghdad too. It's beyond the city itself. Right now there's multiple bombings. To me, if I didn't know better, I'd say there were B-52s, but I'm sure they're probably not. They just seem to be concerted airstrikes, maybe 10, 15 bombs being dropped at a time. We have no idea what the targets are. We're not allowed in those sort of security areas, but there's a great intensity at this point, just on the horizon from where we are at the hotel here.
Millions of viewers all around the world heard your description last night of the bombing over Baghdad. Can you compare what was going on last night to what's going on today? Does it seem to be considerably lighter? Do these seem to be more surgical kind of strikes?
I think where these airstrikes are falling, it's as loud on the people there as they were here. Now, I think this morning they came in with selected targets within the inner city of Baghdad. And, I'm talking about an oil refinery, chemical plant, communications plant, apparently the Defense Ministry. Now they're a little further out, just seemingly picking their targets. We've been out in the street. A few food stalls are open. We have had no reports at this point of any civilian casualties. We heard one siren only last night, and that was a fire engine. There doesn't seem to be any reports of much civilian casualties. I guess they are going after military targets, as the Pentagon keeps saying. And as I said, that is continuing as of now.
You said the skies are now owned by the Allied forces over Baghdad. Tell us what you hear in the way of anti-aircraft fire. I can't hear it behind your voice.
Well, I mentioned that I mentioned there was sort of diminished anti-aircraft fire. What we have is earlier this morning, when they were actually bombing targets that were relatively near our hotel, within a mile of them, the anti-aircraft was firing very rapidly. The presidential palace is relatively near. We had a gentleman came in from a peace group who was at a camp beside the presidential palace. He said the guns there were this AAA anti-aircraft artillery was firing into the sky. Now the Iraqis are claiming they maybe shot down 3 U.S. planes over the palace, but we have no confirmation of that, and of course the U.S. has denied those reports. I have heard scattered anti-aircraft fire in the past half hour, but as I said, the bombing is quite some distance from us, so it's easier for us to hear the tremendous explosions from the bombs. It is harder for us to pick up the lighter reports of the flak going up, Molly.
All right, that's CNN's Peter Arnett reporting for us live this morning from Baghdad. We'll be going back to him momentarily. First, Rick.
All right, Molly, now let's find out what the word is from the Pentagon this morning. And for that, we join CNN's Jeff Levine live at the Pentagon. Jeff, are they saying anything there about these Baghdad radio reports of American planes being shot down?
Good morning, Rick. The word we have about those reports is one word, and that word is ridiculous. A Pentagon official says today that he can't confirm anything like that, but ultimately such a claim sounds on the face to be ridiculous. As to another report that was on the wires earlier, that coalition ground forces were advancing toward Kuwait, no one here could confirm that. In fact, Pentagon officials are being intentionally vague about the details of the operation. That situation will hopefully mitigate somewhat at the morning briefing. The briefing has slipped back a bit. It's now thought that will take place about 9 or 10, and that will give officials here an opportunity to review some of the intelligence data to determine more precisely what happened. We expect that someone from the Joint Chiefs of Staff will conduct the briefing. And while it's not exactly clear what did take place, apparently there were some impressive successes during the operation, as CNN's Wolf Blitzer reports.
As U.S. Air Force F-15 Eagles returned to their bases in Saudi Arabia, Pentagon officials said they were very pleased by the initial word from military commanders on the scene.
I will simply say that the preliminary reports we have received in terms of the success of the operation, and that includes the possibility of casualties, have been very, very encouraging. The operation appears to have gone very well.
Cheney said hundreds of fighter bombers and other aircraft from the U.S., Britain, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait participated in the initial strike. Other officials said much of the Iraqi Air Force appeared to have been destroyed on the ground. They say very few Iraqi planes even managed to get off the ground to challenge the invading U.S. aircraft.
Well, the biggest thing I saw was one of the most fantastic fireworks demonstrations I've seen since 4th of July party years and years and years ago. This was tremendous. Baghdad was lit up like a Christmas tree. Looked like everything in downtown was, fireworks were going off, a lot of AAA impacts on the ground. I think we hit there just about the time we're 40 miles south is when they're pounding targets in Baghdad.
The purpose of our bombing facilities in the area of Baghdad is essentially to go after the command and control system of the Iraqi armed forces. And we're looking at principally military targets, command and control installations, air defense sites that could put our planes at risk, but they are militarily oriented targets.
The Pentagon said it had no evidence that the Iraqis had managed to launch any of their Scud ballistic missiles. Privately, officials said all of the fixed-site Iraqi ballistic missile sites appeared to have been knocked out. And they say the U.S. and Allied air power also destroyed Iraq's nuclear and chemical weapons facilities. But some on Capitol Hill were cautious in their initial reaction to the optimistic assessment coming from the Pentagon.
I'm still skeptical. I mean, put me down as skeptical. I think that you're going to need a ground attack, that this thing is going to be weeks, not days, that we're still going to need, we're going to have some casualties here. In other words, don't let this optimism here, don't let it carry you away.
For Pentagon officials, though, word that the U.S. airstrikes crushed a big chunk of the elite Iraqi Republican Guard forces was especially encouraging. They say there are no immediate plans to move in U.S. ground forces into Kuwait. But if that is still necessary, the weakening of the Republican Guard should ease any such assault. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the Pentagon.
Still no word at this hour of American or coalition casualties. Jeff Levine, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Jeff, if we have time for one quick question before you go, what about the reports of ground fighting, of Iraqi shelling, of even Iraqi soldiers surrendering? Are you getting any reports like that at the Pentagon this morning?
Well, we are checking those reports, Rick, and they cannot confirm them, although it has been widely reported, and indeed the Secretary of Defense and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff indicated earlier, of course, that the initial phases were to be an air war, so one would have to be a little bit surprised at this hour that there could be a large-scale ground operation. No one here is confirming anything like that, and we may find out more at the morning briefing. Rick?
All right, thanks, Jeff. Jeff Levine reporting live from the Pentagon. Molly?
Of course, those attacking Allied aircraft are coming and going from bases in Saudi Arabia. For an update on activity there, we go to CNN's Rick Salinger. He's in eastern Saudi Arabia. Rick, what can you tell us this morning?
The latest information we're getting here concerns some ground fighting near the border of Saudi Arabia and Kuwait, in particular about an attack by the Iraqis on an oil refinery that is at Khafji. The information that we have now comes from a high Saudi source who spoke with CNN, and what he said is this: last night, the Iraqis opened up with about 40 artillery rounds aimed at that refinery. Of those 40 rounds, only one round struck its target. And what it hit was a half-filled gasoline storage tank. That tank is reported to be burning. Now, the same Saudi official also spoke about what you were speaking of just a few moments ago. He said that about 50 Iraqi tanks have thrown up the white flag of surrender. However, I must emphasize that we have no independent confirmation of that. The Saudi official also said that some Iraqi soldiers aren't bothering to surrender, and what they are doing, perhaps quite ingeniously, is simply taking off their uniforms and putting on civilian clothes, trying to blend in with the local population. Meantime, the airstrike by the multinational force continues at a relentless pace. At an airbase that we can only say is somewhere in the Persian Gulf area, more than a dozen F-4 Wild Weasels took off on the moonless night about 1:26 in the morning. That is local Saudi Arabia time. An hour later, dozens more planes, Marine FA-18 fighter attack jets, took off from the same airstrip. Now, their mission was to knock out Iraqi surface-to-air missiles. Some of them flew directly into Baghdad and dropped their load. One pilot described it as like lighting up a Christmas tree down below. Yes, they did receive some resistance, in particular from what they call AAA, that's anti-aircraft artillery, but all of the planes returned to their bases safely. One more thing to add at this hour. A short time ago, I spoke with a Kuwaiti official here in eastern Saudi Arabia, and he expressed his pleasure that the liberation of his country is now taking place, but at the same time, he expressed his deep concern for the 350,000 Kuwaitis who remain behind in his country, and also for the Iraqi civilians as well. Reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia, I'm Rick Salinger.
Thanks, Rick. CNN's Richard Roth is in Tel Aviv, an Israeli city that has apparently escaped any retaliatory attack by the Iraqis. Richard, what can you tell us?
Well, there's a large sense of relief here in Tel Aviv. The sun is out, shining bright. Streets are empty, though, here in this city. Some stores are, opening, but the majority are closed tight. The government has ordered everybody in Israel to stay indoors, open their gas mask kit, keep them nearby. Of course, Saddam Hussein had threatened to make Tel Aviv his first target should he be attacked by the U.S.-led forces. Now, we talked to several people who did venture out. Some said they were bored. Some said they had to go to work. That's why they were, quote, violating the government order, though it's doubtful there will be any punishment for that. Several people had high praise for the U.S. and the U.S. flyers who participated in the raid on Baghdad. One man said the U.S. forces have restored world order. Another woman said, though, that she was still very scared, and we checked out a Civil Defense Authority center where thousands of calls were coming in. People wanted more information, how to wear their mask, what to do, is the coast clear, you might say. One man who said things are definitely not safe yet, former Israeli Prime Minister and former Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin, who told CNN that the first strike was very successful by the U.S., but they need complete air superiority, and that the situation is still very much unsettled. And many people in the Israeli government will tell you that. Officials, including Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, had prior warning of the U.S. attack that occurred early this morning, and they seem pleased with the level of U.S. cooperation and coordination on information regarding the raid. There were curfews that were placed on West Bank towns and parts of East Jerusalem by the authorities. Officials are concerned that the Palestinians who support Saddam Hussein might stage further uprisings. Those Palestinians, some of whom received gas masks in the last few days, courtesy of an order by the Israeli Supreme Court that everyone, including the occupied territory, should be allowed to have a gas mask, and nearly 200,000 were passed out. And now it remains to be seen whether these gas masks that everyone has will end up being used. People here are breathing a big sigh of relief. It appears that Saddam is not going to strike. He may not have any missile capability, but people here are still taking it very cautiously and are remaining inside their homes. The streets are empty. Newspaper headlines proclaiming a war, and U.S.-led forces have attacked Iraq. One man said, though, in response to a question on what did he think about Saddam Hussein's boast that he would make Tel Aviv the first target, he said, that's the first and the last joke he's heard on the matter. Richard Roth, CNN, reporting live from Tel Aviv.
All right, thanks very much, Richard. Rick Moore?
Okay, Molly, let's go back to Baghdad and see what the situation there is now. Peter, I'm sure you've heard the reports of what Baghdad radio is saying about their success in fighting the coalition forces. What do you make of all that?
We're still trying to assess those reports, but we can give you a bomb damage assessment in the city. Some fellow journalists have just returned from a tour, and we can confirm that the Iraqi Defense Ministry took 3 direct hits. One wing of the 3-wing building is burning, and the soldiers standing across the street, they're not doing much about it. One part, the second wing of the building was flattened totally, and the 3rd wing is standing. That's the Iraqi Defense Ministry. Also, President Saddam Hussein's Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters has taken a hit on the roof. I think the bomb went right into it. Interestingly enough, we are told by our colleagues who have been driving around that the Baghdad airport has been untouched. The airport terminal is standing. There are 2 or 3 Iraqi Airlines passenger planes there. So the airport is open. I don't know if that's some kind of signal, but the airport is opening and apparently could function. This is Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.
All right, Peter, before you go, I know one of the CNN staffers earlier during all of this evening saw Saddam Hussein at the TV center there. Do you know, with this bombing going on, where he has been, where he is now?
That's all we have. Our staffer, Nick Robinson, was over there trying to establish satellite communications. At the TV station, Saddam Hussein did come by. He looked grim and resolute. He was apparently taping a message, but that's all we have seen of him. But it's the first time I've actually seen him in public for the past week or so. But he is around the city, Bob.
This is Rick Moore, Peter. The presidential palace, if he were there, what kind of shape is it in now?
We have an eyewitness who was from a peace group, a European peace group that was camped near the presidential palace, and he told us that while there was a tremendous anti-aircraft fire going skywards from the palace, and the Iraqis are claiming they shot down 3 U.S. planes, a report denied by the U.S., he said there was no bombing of the presidential palace. He said the nearest bombing at that point was a few miles upriver, where there was a huge oil refinery on an island in the Tigris River, which he said was totally destroyed. In the early hours of this morning, we actually did witness that oil refinery blowing up, Rick.
All right, Peter, it's early afternoon there in Baghdad now. What is the scene? What are you seeing now as you look out the window? Is the bombing continuing? What's going on?
Every 10 or 15 minutes, the bombers do return. Just 15 minutes ago, the planes were over the city. We couldn't see them. I don't know what particular make of aircraft they were, but they were very noisy. They were swooping down. We could hear them. Hear them. There was limited anti-aircraft fire from the city that apparently just made bombing runs to the south. Explosions we could hear and vaguely see on the horizon, but this bombardment doesn't seem by any means over, but it does seem to be moving out beyond Baghdad now to the perimeter of the north, south, east, and west, but there's been little in the last hour or two towards the city center, Rick.
All right, Peter. Okay, Peter, we're going to interrupt. We'll be coming back to you shortly. We have just received unedited videotape. We understand this is a briefing that occurred before the raid, a briefing for the 82nd Airborne.
In my opinion, long overdue.
How would you describe everybody's reaction here? It seems calm.
I think in some cases it was a relief to some of the personnel who have been here and had built up much anxiety over the months.
Can I get your rank, your first name and your last name?
CW3, Jim, S.E. They're spelled K-E-E-S-E-E.
Okay, could I get your rank, your first name, and your last name, please?
CW3, Theodore Pemberton.
How do you spell Pemberton?
P-E-M-B-E-R-T-O-N.
Where were you this morning when you found out about this? What was your initial reaction?
I was on my way to the bathroom. 2:30 in the morning. And I found out that we had been involved in an airstrike for 35 minutes.
Your initial reaction?
My initial reaction. We're going to war. That's about it.
What's your job? How could it affect you?
Oh, just like everyone else here, I'm a logistician. We make sure the guys have what they need, and we take that very seriously. And that's our job. Get them what they need to get this thing over with as soon as possible.
Everybody seems to be taking it very calmly. Do you notice any difference in anybody, or perhaps are people taking everything more seriously?
Well, most of these guys here have been in the Army for 18, 20, 22 years. And we've seen this type of stuff in one form or another. So it's our job, and we try to do our job as professionally as we possibly can. And to get upset about something that we do every day doesn't serve any purpose. So this is we fight as we train. I guess that's about all I can say.
Okay, thank you. I got to do something about that bag. As we mentioned when we first started watching this is being fed into us live at CNN here in Atlanta. We're taking this as a live feed from Saudi Arabia, unedited U.S. pool tape. The voice you heard, Jim Clancy, who is with CNN, this happened to be the pool reporter on this. These are members of the 82nd Airborne Division. Interviews with a couple of the members, Airman Kesey and Pemberton, that you possibly heard just a few minutes ago, their reactions to what it was like when they were first awakened or first notified that war was indeed underway. And this is apparently more members of the 82nd Airborne Division and what apparently is a ready room or assembly room. We're not sure exactly what time this video was made. We think it was taken before the actual raid on Baghdad. Various guys sitting around. Jim Clancy was with them at that time. Jim, I understand you can hear us now. You're on the phone with us. Jim Clancy?
Right. What you've been looking at is members of the 82nd Airborne having breakfast this morning, reacting to the news that Operation Desert Shield has given way to Operation Desert Storm. You saw a lot of backpacks there, other bags. Those contain all of their chemical suits. Now, those are the full suits that would be worn. They're with them there as they sit and eat breakfast. They're now required to have them with them 24 hours a day. That is in case the alert is increased and they have to put on that chemical weapons gear. Last night, these soldiers with the 82nd Airborne were told to begin taking some special tablets that will increase the resistance to the effects of nerve gas. Now, that could be a precaution that's taken in anticipation of any Iraqi chemical attack. At the same time, it could also help the troops' bodies gear up, if you will, for the possibility of engaging in ground combat where it's very likely that chemical weapons could be used. A lot of the soldiers that we talked with this morning said that they were happy that it had come to this. They believe that as the bullets start flying, that it's really the countdown for them to go home. Some of the troops from the very early hours, the cooking staff, like this young man that's preparing French toast, he said they found out about it. They were at work. They've been listening to radios, monitoring it. Of course, the 82nd Airborne played a key role in the invasion of Panama, and they feel a little bit out of it at this point. They're just sitting, waiting, and watching for what the developments in the air war may mean for them. They already know that they've got to increase their supplies. Kitchens like this one might have to be moved on short notice. All of these things could... the whole situation is very fluid for them. Things could change in a moment's notice. So that's what we're looking at right now. We
Jim,
talk with them.
What is the specific role of these members of the 82nd Airborne Division? Have they actually gone into any battle yet at this point?
Well, absolutely not. We have heard some reports that ground units have been moved up and engaged. From what we know, this is untrue, at least for this unit. And, of course, there have been no injuries or anything like that reported with the 82nd Airborne. They are standing by. We will see on later tape some of them packing up their kit gear and things like that. Like many of the other soldiers, the ground forces here in Saudi Arabia, they're standing by waiting to hear what their orders might be.
Pardon my ignorance, Jim, but I'm wondering, the 82nd Airborne, are these paratroopers?
Absolutely. These, one of the last units of the U.S. Army that would actually drop by parachutes in. It's been rumored that these might be the men that would go into Kuwait City, but of course they could play many different roles. They're a very qualified, capable fighting force. As I said earlier, they were involved in Panama, and they're used to a lot of action. They expect to see a lot of action. They've got armor that can be dropped in, artillery that can be dropped in. Very mobile, capable force backed up by Apache attack helicopters and heavier helicopters, but they are actually a parachute force.
Jim, we heard parts of a couple of interviews you did with a couple of these soldiers. What was the overall feeling, the overall attitude about these young men who are preparing to possibly go to war soon?
Well, I think we're going to hear here in just a couple of more minutes, they had a feeling of relief. They think that all of this signals the fact that they may be counting down the hours, the days, the weeks, until they'll be able to go back home. And they very much want to do that. They're very interested in being able to get back and see their families. By the way, this unit was deployed on the 18th of August out here in the desert. They jokingly referred to themselves for some time as speed bumps. They've been really involved from the very first days of they were the U.S., the initial response of the United States to the invasion of Kuwait. They were moved in to help protect Saudi Arabia when it looked like they were going to be invaded. Here are some more of the interviews.
Jim, I'm sorry we're not hearing sound on this at this moment.
So has there been a lot of talk in the news on
Oh, here we go.
this morning?
No, not much of it. I just heard that they bombed. That was it. That's basically what we heard.
So you were at work at the time?
Yes, I was.
What's your reaction?
About time. Most everybody's pretty like, I don't know. Everybody wanted the war to start so the sooner the war starts, the sooner we can go home. So that's basically what everybody was saying.
You worried?
Huh? No, not too much. From what I hear about Iraq, no, I'm not that worried about them.
Sure.
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I need your first name, your last name, and your rank.
Okay. Alex Morgan.
M-O-R-G-A-N.
Airborne.
And your rank?
PSC.
Okay. Alex, where were you this morning? Were you at work here already preparing breakfast? What was going on?
I was at work, and I heard over the radio broadcast that everything got started, and I heard that we was taking them out slowly but surely, and hopefully it continues that way.
How about your own reactions?
I was really not surprised, but it was a good feeling to know that we made the first move and sort of got things accomplished.
Okay, that's good. Nobody's going to be on it more in about 15 seconds. This goes all in.
Grab your arms, grab your arms. Pass him down, help your buddy.
I'm part of the team here. Yeah, part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Everybody got one. Let's see your hands, let's see your hands.
A lot of these are wondering the last opportunity they might have on record. Once again,
Right, again, we've been watching pooled video. This is the 82nd Airborne Division. They are having breakfast just after they were notified that Iraq had been attacked by U.S. forces. Some were already up cooking, as you heard. You can tell the morale is high, their spirits are up, and it seems their spirits are even higher after the reports of the attack on Baghdad. Jim Clancy was the pool reporter talking several members of the 82nd Airborne Division in this unedited U.S. pool tape.
It is 5:30 in the morning in Washington, D.C. The lights have been burning all night at the State Department. CNN's Francis Hardin is there. Francis, what can you tell us then is an official briefing plan from that quarter?
Good morning, Molly.
The Secretary of State will begin his day bright and early with a 7:30 meeting at the White House. That meeting will include the National Security Advisor, Brent Scowcroft, and the Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney. It is also quite likely that President Bush will attend that meeting as well. The subject, of course, will be the Gulf War. Baker, as an old friend and trusted confidant of the president, will of course continue to play an important role in the execution of this war. But in a very real sense, the action moved out of this building when diplomacy failed to dislodge the forces of Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. Wednesday, in the hours before the attack, Baker spent much of his time notifying the allies of this country's intentions. That notification also included getting permission, a green light, if you will, from King Fahd of Saudi Arabia. The response from the allies to this country's notification was good luck and God bless you. But from Iraq, there has been no communication save the bellicose speech just a short time ago by Saddam Hussein on the radio. I'm Frances Hardin, CNN, live from the State Department.
Okay, Frances. Let me ask you, even as Baghdad is being bombed, do you have any indication from the State Department that there might be any sort of continued communication with Baghdad in any way, one more chance to get Saddam Hussein to back down?
Molly, let me tell you what the State Department said the other day when reporters posed that same sort of question to Margaret Tutwiler, the department spokesperson. The question was asked, what can be done after the deadline? What happens on January 16th, 17th, 18th? And she said at that time that the deadline was very real. At the same time, there was still the possibility hinted at that if Saddam Hussein wants to talk, this time after he's been sort of softened up with some bombs, that the door is open and they're willing to talk. But of course those conditions still remain, and those conditions are the 12 resolutions passed by the UN Security Council. And of course from the United States point of view, one of the things that it will not do is link any kind of proposition in the Gulf with an international conference to resolve the Palestinian crisis. They don't want that linked to the current situation in the Gulf.
CNN's Frances Hardin at the State Department. We thank you for that, Rick.
All right, Molly, we're going to take a look back now with CNN's Mark Leff as Mark reports on what has led us from Operation Desert Shield to what is now Operation Desert Storm.
Hours after aircraft from 4 nations pounded Iraqi targets in the middle of the night, some members of the 28-nation alliance were loading up and heading back for yet another round of air attacks. And so far, the official word is that all U.S. and British pilots returned safely from the nighttime raids.
I think there was one SAM fired that I saw, but it was so far away and up through the smoke and haze, it was hard to make it out.
So nothing came close to you?
No, but that's the beauty of the system. We can stay far enough away that that's not going to be a problem for us, from the SAMs anyway. The bullets are the ones that scare me.
It looks a lot like, lights, flickering lights, like Christmas lights or something like that when the AAA's coming up. And then shortly after that, it looks like some big bomb fireworks or something like that going off. It was an awesome display. It truly was.
While all U.S. planes reportedly returned from the first bombing runs without being hit, the French defense minister says Iraqi ground fire did hit 4 of 12 French Jaguar planes attacking a military airfield in Kuwait. So far, reports indicate only minor resistance from Iraqi forces, a handful of missiles fired toward Saudi Arabia falling short of their targets. 2 empty oil tanks reported hit in what used to be the neutral zone between Iraq and Saudi Arabia. From Tokyo, an Arabian oil company official reported damage to a small refinery that handles the output of 2 oil fields. It's not clear whether it's the same one. CNN reporters in the Iraqi capital say some damage is visible from their center city vantage point, clouds of smoke covering part of the city, but they saw at least 1 anti-aircraft battery with radar still functioning. The British Broadcasting Corporation reports at least 3 bombs hit the Iraqi Defense Ministry. Iraq's President Saddam Hussein was at Iraqi television headquarters early Thursday morning and broadcast a message to U.S. President George Bush, telling him to withdraw U.S. and allied forces. Iraqi radio, meanwhile, reported the air raids were aimed at residential areas. a statement Britain's Prime Minister quickly countered.
Immense trouble has been taken, of course, to ensure that it is military targets that are the target of this attack, and an enormous amount of effort and care has got into ensuring that there are the minimum possible number of civilian casualties.
Major said the operation, which reportedly has hit Iraqi troops and military equipment hard, will continue. And in Israel, which did not get the instant retaliation Saddam Hussein had promised, a former defense minister said the danger is not over yet.
You don't win a war by the first strike, unless there will be a continuation of your air activities to establish air supremacy. It will be very difficult to approach the next phase, the uprooting of the Iraqi forces from Kuwait.
Mark Leff, CNN, reporting.
We understand that part of the time that Baghdad was being bombed, President Bush was getting some sleep overnight. We assume that he is now awake and alert. And at the White House, CNN's Frank Sesno is there as well. Frank, can you tell us what sort of activity you expect there today?
Well, it's unclear. There's nothing precisely scheduled yet. I don't know if the president is, in fact, up and has been briefed. But the way the scenario was played out here is that the Situation Room here at the White House will be in constant contact via the Pentagon and other official organizations to get information back from the field. And through National Security Advisor Brent Scowcroft, the president will be kept abreast of developments. Just exactly how closely he followed them through the early hours of this morning are unclear at this time. Secretary of State James Baker and Defense Secretary Dick Cheney are expected here at the White House for breakfast this morning at 7:30 with National Security Advisor Scowcroft and presumably the president as well, although that is somewhat vague at this time. There may also be some congressional briefings, if not here at the White House, then on Capitol Hill. Now, the reason some of this is up in the air is all of this broke last night over the White House staff, pretty much, except for the very top ranks of the White House staff, as it broke over the rest of the nation. Indeed, many White House staffers returned to the White House to at least watch their televisions, and they were informed over their televisions as many Americans were. This was a very tightly held operation, the very tightest circle of the president's advisors. He signed the National Security Directive giving authorization for this operation, giving the go-ahead for it on Tuesday, leaving the dates blank. The actual final signature for the green light go was put to the documents by Defense Secretary Cheney. Molly?
Frank, in the early morning hours of this morning, we have heard live from John Major, Prime Minister John Major in Great Britain. We've also heard on tape from Mikhail Gorbachev. Who has President Bush spoken to? Any confirmation of what world leaders he's consulted with?
Well, Gorbachev spoke to Secretary of State Baker. That's the word from Gorbachev himself. The president was in a great deal of contact prior to the mission with British Prime Minister John Major. Britain is the major operational ally outside the immediate Gulf states with the United States in this whole thing. The president also spoke with the Australian Prime Minister, Bob Hawke. Here domestically, Mr. Bush informed the congressional leadership personally that this operation was underway and left to the ranking chair and committee members of the Intelligence, Armed Services and Appropriations Committee notification responsibilities, to his Secretary of Defense and Secretary of State. So there has been a great deal of top-level discussion going on, and I can presume that that will continue throughout the day.
All right, that's CNN's Frank Sesno reporting live for us this morning from what is sure to become a very busy place today, the White House. The outbreak of war has had a profound effect on the world business markets. For an update on that, we go to Stuart Varney. Stuart?
Well, Molly, stock prices all around the world have soared on the apparent success of the initial airstrikes. Let's start with London, where the market has been open for a couple of hours now, and it's up sharply. The FT100 index shows a gain of 42.5 points. It's at 2,097. That's a gain of 2%. Most European stock markets also way up at the opening bell. The Paris index is now up 5.5%. Frankfurt and Milan up just as much. Stock markets in the Pacific Rim, they're closed, but all of them showed very strong gains. Leading the way, Tokyo, it had its 10th best day ever. The Nikkei index gained 1,000 points, that's 4%. Hong Kong's Hang Seng index gained over 3%. In Australia, the index in Sydney was up better than 2.5%, and the Singapore stock market closed with a gain of 5.5%. As for oil, it has been trading on the London market overnight, and the price has plunged on the war news. At the moment, Britain's North Sea crude is down $5.35 a barrel. It's back to $23.65. On the credit markets, the bellwether 30-year U.S. government bond also trades in London, and it is way up in price, a gain of 2 1/32. That is a massive gain on the credit markets, by the way, and it's pushed the yield all the way down to 8.21%. As for the dollar, lower against all the major currencies, and the price of gold has plummeted. It's now down $21.70 an ounce. It's back to $381.50. We'll have more financial news in 1 hour. Until then, I'm Stuart Varney at the Business News Desk in New York.
Thanks, Stuart. We're going back to Baghdad now. Peter Arnett, of course, is there. Peter, what can you tell us?
Well, the skies are quiet. They have been for the last 30 minutes. We don't expect them to be quiet much longer. About every hour there's been a new strike in the environs of Baghdad, basically on the outskirts of the city. We can tell you, give you a bomb damage assessment, that the Defense Ministry was hit by 3 bombs. One wing is burning, one was collapsed totally, another is still standing, and there were no fire engines trying to put it out a couple of hours ago. The telecommunications center was hit. Interestingly enough, the Socialist Ba'ath Party headquarters, that's the party of President Saddam Hussein, took a direct hit. So that was not a strategic, it was presumably a political target. Interesting enough also, our colleagues tell us that the Baghdad airport was not hit. The terminal is still standing. There are several Iraqi Airlines planes out there. Maybe that's a message for people to fly in or out, but that particular airport was not hit. As I said, the bombing is continuing. In the early hours of the morning, we saw an oil refinery in the Tigris River go up in a huge explosion, and there is a chemical plant. That was hit just north of us. Now, when I mentioned the airport, they may have hit the military side of the airport, but from what we can see, the civilian side is operable at this point. This is Peter Arnett reporting live from Baghdad.